In just few seconds from now, we will be having the esteemed dignitaries with us, and we will commence the program. I humbly request everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. In just few seconds from now, we will have the presence of our Honorable Minister, Sir, and all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. I request all the speakers of the session to take up their seats in the first row. Thank you. Please help me welcome, with a big round of applause, Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw, Honorable Union Minister of Railways, Communication, Electronics and IT. Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister of State to Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and IT. Along with the Honorable Minister, sir, we have Shri Alkesh Kumar, Secretary, MIT, Mr. Varun Khaitan from Urban Company, Mr. Anil Sharma, TCS, Ms. Sonia Swaroop Choksi, Match My Talent, Ms. Ghazal Alag, Mama Earth, Mr. Rohan Verma, Map My India, Mr. Srinath Ramkrishnan, Zetwork, and also we have Ms. Divya Shetty from Circle X. We welcome all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, and can we have a very big round of applause one more time for all the esteemed dignitaries? We welcome on dais Mr. Varun Khaitan, Urban Company, Mr. Anil Sharma, TCS, Ms. Sonia Swaroop Choksi, Match My Talent, Ms. Ghazal Alag, Mama Earth, Mr. Rohan Verma, Map My India, Mr. Srinath Ramkrishnan, Zetwork, Ms. Divya Shetty, Circle X. We request them to kindly take up their seats on the dais, please. Mr. Varun Khaitan from Urban Company, kindly step on the dais, please. We now wish to welcome all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais with floral bouquet. Foremost, I request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary Mighty, to present the bouquet to Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw, Honorable Union Minister of Railways, Communication, Electronics and IT. Thank you. I now request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary Mighty, to present the bouquet to Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister of State to Skills Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and IT. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, Joint Secretary Mighty, to present the bouquet to Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary Mighty. We'll request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar to present the memento, the floral bouquet to Mr. Varun Khaitan, Urban Company. I now request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar to present the bouquet to Mr. Anil Sharma, TCS. We'll request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar to kindly welcome Ms. Sonia Swarup Choksi, Match My Talent. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar, DG STPI, to welcome Ms. Ghazal Alak, Mama Earth. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar to kindly present the bouquet to Rohan Verma, Map My India. Thank you. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar to welcome Mr. Srinath Ramkrishnan from Zetwork. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar to welcome Ms. Divya Shetty, Circle X. We welcome each one of you with an open heart and warm welcome words. अब मैं श्री भुवनेश कुमार, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी माइटी से नम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे स्वागत उद्बोधन दें।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन के अनुरूप देश में स्टार्टअप संस्कृति के विकास को और अधिक गति प्रदान करने के उद्देश्य से डिजिटल इंडिया वीक 2022 के दौरान आयोजित एक्सेलरेटिंग स्टार्टअप इकोनॉमी कॉन्फ्रेंस के आज के इस अवसर पर मंच पर विराजमान परम आदरणीय श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री रेलवे, संचार, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन एवं स्वागत करता हूं। आज का यह अवसर उनकी प्रेरणा से हम सब लोगों के लिए सुलभ हो सका है। मैं स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं मंचासीन सम्माननीय श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी, माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री, मैं स्वागत विकास एवं उद्यमशीलता तथा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी का, जिनके मार्गदर्शन में पूरे कार्यक्रम की रूपरेखा तैयार करके यह कार्यक्रम संपन्न किया जा रहा है। स्वागत है आदरणीय श्री अल्केश कुमार शर्मा जी, सचिव भारत सरकार इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रालय का, जो इस पूरी श्रृंखला के सूत्रधार हैं। नई पीढ़ी को प्रेरित करने के लिए सफल व्यक्तित्व के उदाहरण से बड़ा कोई और प्रमाण नहीं हो सकता। आज हमारे बीच में ऐसी कई शख्सियत मौजूद हैं। मंचासीन मामा अर्थ की सुश्री गजल अलग, मैच माई टैलेंट की सुश्री सोनिया स्वरूप चौकसी, सर्कल एक्स की सुश्री दिव्या शेट्टी, अर्बन कंपनी के श्री वरुण खैतान, मैप माई इंडिया के श्री रोहन वर्मा, जेटवर्क के श्री श्रीनाथ रामकृष्णन एवं टीसीएस के श्री अनिल शर्मा का भी मैं हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। पूरे दिन की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उद्घाटन सत्र के पश्चात टेक्निकल सेशन होंगे जिनके विषय इस प्रकार हैं: इंडियाज़ वाइब्रेंट स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम कंटिन्यूइंग इट्स ग्रोथ। दूसरा सेशन होगा बिल्डिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज फॉर इंडिया एंड वर्ल्ड। तीसरा सेशन होगा कैटलाइजिंग स्टार्टअप इकोनॉमी इन Tier 2 एंड Tier 3 सिटीज़। इनके अतिरिक्त कॉर्पोरेट प्रोग्राम रिकॉग्निशन और वैलिडिक्टरी सेशंस होंगे। आप सबसे अनुरोध है कृपया दिन भर के कार्यक्रमों में प्रतिभाग करने का कष्ट करें। इन सभी सत्रों में अपने विचार व्यक्त करने के लिए, स्टार्टअप्स का मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए बहुत सारे महानुभाव पधारे हैं। मैं सबके अलग अलग नाम नहीं ले पा रहा हूं समय को देखते हुए, लेकिन मैं उन सभी महानुभावों का हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। यहाँ उपस्थित देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए हुए स्टार्टअप्स, इनोवेटर्स, इंक्यूबेटर्स, एक्सेलरेटर्स, IT सेक्टर के उद्यमीगण, साथी अधिकारियों एवं उपस्थित सभी देवियों और सज्जनों का मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। मुझे आशा ही नहीं अपितु पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आज का ये आयोजन अपने उद्देश्य में सार्थक सिद्ध होगा। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
आपके उष्मापूर्ण स्वागत शब्दों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I now humbly request all the esteemed dignitaries to step forward for the lamp lighting and seek the blessings of Almighty. May God shower His bestest blessings on everyone. Thank you, everyone. I now request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary Mighty, to address the august audience over here.
Good morning, Honorable Minister for Electronics and IT, Communication and Railways, Ashwini, Vaishnaw, sir. Honorable Minister of State, IT, Electronics and Skill Development, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, a gallantry of eminent startup leaders, technology leaders, upcoming startup entrepreneurs, and the young youth of India, which is ready and willing to unleash their potential to become new generation entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a matter of great privilege and pleasure for me to be here this morning. In this important occasion, we have been able to mobilize about 1,500 odd startup and willing to get into startup business. This is really a good occasion for all of us. We also have the leaders who have done quite well in this sector, and they will be sharing their experiences, how they took this roadmap. They will also share not only the good things about setting up a startup and a new enterprises, but they will also be sharing with you the difficulties and the challenges, which is more important. I think that gives a lot more learning to us. As we know, digitization is one of the most important driving forces of economic competition, national development, and social well-being. Buoyed by the initiatives of Digital India, the digital explosion unleashed across India over the last few years, and it has brought in unprecedented opportunities and has redefined the contour of business in India. Driving by exponential proliferation of smartphones, cheap data, as somebody mentioned in the Digital India film yesterday, that the data is cheaper than a piece of chart. So that shows that this has actually taken up the Indian startup and entrepreneurial ventures up towards a growth trajectory. India has become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with more than 70,000 startups, 103 unicorns, and the total valuation is more than $335 billion US. Notwithstanding the raging global pandemic because of what is happening in the world today, in spite of that, the startup and the entrepreneurial ecosystem in this country, in India, has shown an exceptional maturity and willingness to go beyond the norms. In fact, if we look at the last year, 2021, it was a watershed year in the Indian startup ecosystem. We saw the birth of 44 new unicorns, which is an achievement by itself. And if we look at some of the highlights of the last year, we have started 2,250 new tech startups started, they were founded, and the total base of technology startups has gone to 26,000 now. We have these 44 new unicorns. The funding was about $25 billion, which is 3 times than it was there in the previous year. If you look at the ecosystem is also becoming more inclusive and diverse. I think that's something very important. If you look at 29% of the tech startups, they have been outside the established startup hubs. When we talk about startup hubs, we always keep in mind a couple of cities in India. But 29% of them have come from they are not run-of-the-mill, they are people who have come off the beaten track. 10 to 15% of these startups have at least one woman founder or a co-founder. So equality, egalitarian society, women's equal rights, I think this is something which is breaking all barriers. They are all equal and they are doing better in many fields. 48% of the startups are building solutions for India and in India. The depth has also gone up substantially. We have BSFI accounts for 13 unicorns, 35 potential unicorns, and 25% of the investment that came in India in 2021. 35% of these investment went into retail, technology, education technology, food tech, and logistics. Significant uptick is also happening in agri-tech, automotive, spatial platforms, industrial, logistics, and manufacturing. I think that's a big achievement. Halfway through 2022, we have seen addition of 17 unicorns with a total valuation of over $22 billion US. In spite of the slowdown in global markets, India has been fast expanding the startup ecosystem, and it will add more than 120 unicorns in the next 2 to 3 years. And most of these new startups have taken up the task of solving problems ranging from governance to education, agriculture to healthcare, logistics to manufacturing, MSMEs. You know, anything you talk about, even yesterday Prime Minister had met a couple of young girls, and they are finding solutions in the field of cerebral palsy, soil conditions, you know, even building health tracker, bodybuilding, and all that is happening. So there are a lot of cutting-edge technologies which are helping in developing these kinds of things. METI has initiated a lot of new initiatives which I'll not talk about, but what Honorable Prime Minister has launched yesterday was Digital India Genesis. And this is an end-to-end ecosystem. It will scale up pan-India for impacting and consolidating more than 10,000 startups in next 5 years. Genesis platform will result in better synergy and effective integration of all assets, programs, and initiatives of METI. It will reduce overlapping of functions, proliferation of seed funding, and introduction of corporate pilot programs, along with creating funding opportunities for inclusive development of technology startup ecosystem in India. I think it is a fact that startups have long gestation period. They have much more challenges and, of course, a lot of difficulties. But so product development takes some time. However, in India, the fast-growing startup companies across the nation are disrupting and reshaping industry, ranging from retail and healthcare to defense and education. And that shows that there is an enabling ecosystem which is building up, which is developing. Government has been proactively supporting the system. We are acting as a facilitator, we are enabler, and if there is anything that you need to do, you can reach out to any one of us at any time. Despite little experience and frugal resources, many of these startups are reimagining the future by using technology to solve problems and create innovative products and services. High-growth entrepreneurship flourishes best in the context of supportive ecosystem where network and skill talent, mentors, incubators, partners, knowledge, and capital thrive. Recognizing this, METI is sparing no effort to make way for a healthy tech ecosystem. In the week-long event, startup will get an opportunity to have one-to-one sessions, gather personal insight from the leaders of the vertical which are here, chance to foster partnership with some of them, understand how to navigate challenges and the intricacies of scaling up in this growing market. Let's aim to continue building up the positive momentum and ideas evident throughout the event. To conclude, I would like to congratulate METI startup team for organizing this conference. We have a galaxy of eminent leaders. We are all willing to listen to you and ready to learn from you. I am sure at the end of the day, we'll go with a lot of positive thoughts and a couple of new startups will emerge in the coming months. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your important and informative address. We appreciate it. I now welcome Mr. Srinath Ramkrishnan from Zedwork to share his thoughts with us. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Union Minister Rajeev ji, Honorable Union Minister Ashwini ji, METI Secretary Alkesh ji, fellow dignitaries, fellow panelists, a very good morning to all of you. Pleasure being here. Thank you, first of all, sir, for inviting us for this amazing event. Yesterday, it was I was very fortunate to personally sit and witness the very passionate speech of our Honorable Prime Minister, to see the significant momentum that we are experiencing in digital India today. There were about 6 very important, fundamentally important initiatives that were unveiled yesterday, and this very ambitious plan of a $1 trillion digital economy was talked about with great passion. I was taking a lot of pride to just coexist, to just exist in this golden period. So my name is Srinath. I represent this company called Zedwork. We come from Bangalore. We are a B2B manufacturing company. We started this company in 2018. In 2017-18, a lot of startups were in consumer internet, B2C e-commerce, food delivery in a lot of these places. But we saw there were very few new age companies impacting the very traditional sectors of manufacturing and infrastructure. And that is where we exist today. What we do, what our company does, is we aggregate capacities that are abundantly available across the MSME ecosystem today, across the length and breadth of the country, in very traditional sectors like capital goods. Today we do metal fabrication, CNC machining. Yesterday there was a lot of talk about 3D printing, additive manufacturing. So we touch all these very traditional sectors, and the modus operandi is how do we collaborate and leverage the abundant capacities that already exist in our country and take it global, right? So we started building in India for India. Today I'm happy to share that we are building in India for the world. In the last financial year, 25% of our revenue comes from outside India. More than 250 enterprise customers who were outsourcing manufacturing to neighboring countries today are giving manufacturing to Indian MSMEs, right? So this is real GDP. This is real manufacturing GDP that is being added to our economy. And all of this could happen primarily, a lot of things I would really attribute it to timing. The last 8-10 years has been just fabulous. And the morning we were having a conversation with the ministers, and I was very, very happy when sir said we are at the cusp of a massive expansion, right? This is still the beginning. And today there are 70,000 plus startups that already exist, and there are a lot of startups coming in today from tier 2, tier 3 companies. The quality of company building that is happening in our country today is exceptional. The ecosystems that have evolved, not just around investments. We see the fancy thing about 40 unicorns in 1 year and all of that, but beyond that, there is a very, very solid ecosystem that is in place today, and it is growing, right? A lot of very traditional players and industry is taking a serious look at the new age companies, right? So it is not just even the banks, right? Today, there is risk capital that is of course required, but of course there is also a support of the banking system, the financial institution system, right? That is required. Even traditional companies today are recognizing new age companies come and participate in government projects, in tenders, right? So there is a lot of still long way to go, but I see this as a beginning of a new coexistence of the new economy and the old economy or the existing economy. And I'm very excited about what is to come in this decade. This decade is definitely going to be a decade, as was mentioned yesterday. I really like that word. And we are really happy and looking forward to co-create a lot of impact. And I see a lot of intent by MeitY, by the ministries, and we are here. Please do let us know, sir, how we can actively collaborate, engage in dialogue, engage in conversation, and see how we can create significant progress over the next 10 years. Thank you so much for inviting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable address. I now request Shri Anil Sharma from TCS to kindly address the august audience. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. I hope everybody had breakfast, right? I think thanks a lot for having me here. I think respected ministers, Rajeev ji, Ashwini ji, we had a good interaction in the morning. I think you had some kind words for TCS, right? We'll keep that in mind. But on the behalf of TCS, I would like to appreciate the government of India's effort to really create a digital economy, right? It is not only about it's touching tier 1, but it's also touching tier 2, tier 3 cities. And I think this has been done through significant platforms which country has created, such as the Digital India, Startup India, the UPI platform, the Aadhaar platform. And I think combinatorial effect of these really create opportunity in the country. See, from our side, we have been very happy and very fortunate to contribute to several of Government India digital programs, such as the Passport Seva Kendra. I think I personally have been very happy about the contribution we made in the Ayushman Bharat digitization platform, which is one of the largest healthcare platform in the world, right, covering 120 million people. I think one of the recent announcement which was done by the National Mission of Cyber Physical Systems, which is to create 25 technology hubs in the country. So it solves the key challenges of how you translate science and tech from academia to industry. So I think we are very excited about that initiative. We are contributing heavily. We have many of our senior people participating as board members so that we could really shape and contribute to initiatives where we could translate science to innovation. I think all the other side, in terms of platforms, we created, I think you may all be aware, there is an initiative called TCS Ion. We also run India's largest testing platform for NTA. Right? So most of the exams which conduct are done very securely at scale, unprecedented scale in the country today. It's an initiative which was started as an internal entrepreneurship initiative in the country, in the company, and it came out very successfully. See, on the other hand, we've been very active through the TCS CSR and Foundation in a program called TCS Empowers. And the whole objective here was providing people and communities with opportunities in digital economy and building equitable, inclusive pathway for women, youth, and marginalized group. So we have a program called Bridge IT. It is serving 2,000 villages in the country and creating digital entrepreneurs. So these are simple programs. We're taking village entrepreneurs, training them on digital services so that they can provide digital services to their communities. Youth empowerment is again a program which what we're doing is going to rural colleges, both engineering and non-engineering, training them to be employable in IIT and BPO sectors. Almost 30,000 rural youth in that way who typically would not have that opportunity are now employed in several companies. Ignite My Future is another program where we are empowering teachers, 30,000 teachers in state of Tamil Nadu to train them on computational thinking. And with them, they have covered almost 1.78 million students between them. I think one initiative which I run directly is called Digital Impact Square. I think the whole journey started with Nasik Kumbh. So what Nasik Kumbh did was there was a mass momentum in the city of Nasik with the local administration being there, central government being there, MIT from US, TCS came together to see whether we could provide digital solutions to problem we face in Nasik Kumbh. That initiative was so successful that we decided to fund a social incubator in the city of Nasik. So happy to tell you that what we have done today is we give opportunity to student innovators from 55 colleges, right, both from engineering, design, and business schools. So we give them hard problems worth solving. Almost 400 such innovators have gone through the program in last 6 years, and we now have 14 startups which are doing very well and scaling through other incubation acceleration programs. I think the fact that India would be the fastest digital economy globally, TCS is very excited about the opportunities to contribute in this ecosystem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. I now request the address by Mr. Rohan Verma, Mahatma, India. We welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'd first like to say that it's my privilege and pride to say that it truly is this government, under our Honorable Prime Minister, under our Union Minister and Minister of State and Secretary for MeitY that is catapulting India into the digital age, that is not apologetic, that is not subservient, that has a vision and that has the, I would say, commitment to make sure that India leapfrogs itself to the forefront of the digital economy, making our economy and our nation truly the best in the world. And for that, from the bottom of our heart at Mahatma India, I'd like to say thank you. The story of Mahatma India is, in a sense, intertwined with Digital India. We were founded 27 years ago by my parents, two engineers from IIT Roorkee and BITS Pilani, who had this crazy idea in 1995 to digitally map India. Remember, at that time, no digital maps for India existed. It was paper maps that were created by the British during the British time 60, 70 years ago. But they had the conviction that someday 80% of all data would have a location component to it, and digital maps could be the underlying infrastructure on which infinite use cases could be created to benefit the country, citizens, businesses, and governments. So while people called them crazy, they went about building a business. Now, last year, the government of India also opened up our sector, the geospatial sector. Honorable Prime Minister himself announced it. And this enabled Mahatma India also to go public in the Indian stock exchanges in December 2021 with a 155 times subscription to our IPO. People still call us crazy because we're also taking on the global giant behemoth in trying to be the mapping platform and the map app for the country, in face of obviously somebody who owns 99% of the OS as well as 99% of the consumer space in our sector. But I'll also tell you, people might also call our Prime Minister and our Union Minister and Minister of State audacious. I'm an electrical engineer from Stanford. I used to work in the nanofabrication lab and worked in Intel. When I see our ministers talking about silicon ingots, lithography, etching, and also going out there to tell the largest companies to make chips, semiconductors in India, they themselves are doing it. They're taking on that mission. So India is on the chips mission. Well, similarly, in the mapping space, we believe at Mahatma India, through our innovative ideas with Mapple's PIN, which is a 6-character unique digital code, and Aadhaar for places, which simplifies addressing, which simplifies logistics, geo-governance or place governance. So just 6 characters to address any place, whether a mud hut or a villa. That's one. We've made metaverse maps, so not just 2-dimensional, but 3-dimensional, high definition. And you can see that on the Mapples portal, mapples.com, the metaverse for this great venue. We provide APIs, which are used by 2,000 enterprise customers, some of the largest companies, be it Apple, be it Amazon, be it Flipkart, even PhonePe, as well as Paytm, Grofers. But not just in the private sector. We work very actively with the government, thanks to the government embracing us, whether it was CoWIN, where our nearby vaccine center widget was embedded when the vaccine drive had to go live, or with the MyGov, or Umang Super App, where Mahatma India's APIs are used, or with Digital Sky, the drone regulatory platform of Government of India, CBDT, GSTN, to help increase tax collections based on geospatial analytics. Mahatma India's wide variety of maps, SaaS, PaaS, APIs, technologies, IoT, are used by all sorts of private sector and public sector organizations. We are focused on building the most advanced map and technology ecosystem for India, not just through ourselves, but our investments in breakthrough startups in the areas of ADAS, AR, IoT, and even high-definition maps and autonomous or ADAS driving. So look forward to working with the ecosystem, working with the government, and hoping for more support the way it has been happening at a different level, where our consumer platform, our consumer app, can also get the true stature, because India needs to have its own chips, its own OS, its own Play Store, its own platforms, its own apps That will make us resilient. And at least from the mapping side, I can say that MapMindia is there to support the government of India and our great nation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for sharing about your company. We appreciate it. Before calling the next speaker of the day, I request to keep their speeches short, crisp, and town-bound. I now welcome Mr. Varun Khaitan from Urban Company to kindly deliver his August address.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable ministers, officials from METI, my friends from the startup ecosystem, and ladies and gentlemen, absolute honor to be here on Digital India Week and share my and Urban Company's journey with all of you. We're a platform that provides personal and home services today across 50 cities in India. Looking at the lovely audience here, I'm sure many of you have got your haircuts and last beauty appointments from our app. I moved to India in the year 2014, leaving a very comfortable job in the US, with a dream that I will build a company that will improve lives of millions in urban India for the better. And over the last 8 years, my own journey and the journey of Urban Company has very, very closely mirrored the journey of Digital India. And almost nothing that we've achieved would have been possible without the growth and transformation that digital infrastructure in our country has seen. When we took on this mission of changing a very, very old industry, one that had not seen anything change in decades, and empower the millions of individual service professionals in our country who before us only earned minimum wages, there were lots of naysayers, lots of people who said that people of India, the professionals of India, will never change. But we believed in the power, the ambition, and the goodness of the people in our country. And today, there are over 50,000 individual service professionals on our platform who provide services to more than 50 lakh households every year. And they are all individual micro-entrepreneurs. These are beauticians, electricians, AC technicians, painters, spa therapists, who were earlier employees working for a small business, making, hardly making ends meet at 10,000-15,000 rupees a month. And because of technology and platforms like ours, today a majority of them run their own business from their homes, and they earn over 30,000 to 35,000 rupees per month average. All of this was possible because of all the change that we've seen in the last 10 years around mobile internet and the applications built on top of it. When we started in 2014, almost none of the service professionals coming into our office would even have smartphones. But today, all of them not only have smartphones, but get trained on mobile internet that they use on their phones. They run their entire business and business banking on our mobile app. They purchase products that they use in delivering services at your home, whether it's cosmetics or spare parts from their mobile app. So we've been able to turn this one small device in their hands into an entire business platform that they use and are able to not only make ends meet, they are able to make things in their life happen, which once were only dreams. Our mission as a company is to empower and create over 1 million jobs in India in this decade. And we think we're well on our way to doing that, thanks to the support that we get from everyone in this government and the skill ministry. Similar to the achievements you guys heard yesterday of technology and technology stack developed in India going outside, we are also taking our full stack service company now to many, many countries globally. We're already present in the Middle East, in Singapore, in Australia, and soon in North America as well. So technology that is being developed here is now at the forefront of the world. and is being taken everywhere and adopted by countries in the developed world as well. I think everything that we spoke about yesterday and we are working towards as part of Digital India mission will play a very, very large role in realizing our Prime Minister's and our own country's mission of growing into a 5 trillion economy over the next 3 to 4 years, and soon a 10 trillion economy in the decade plus to come. And all of us as young tech entrepreneurs and members of this ecosystem are willing to join hands and do everything in our power to make this dream come together and make this dream possible. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience with us. I now welcome Ms. Ghazal Alag from Mamaearth for our August address. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. We are here celebrating the Digital India. How's the Josh? I'm Ghazal Alag from Mamaearth. हमने 5 साल पहले स्टार्ट किया था. We dreamt of being a company जो कि Indian traditional recipes को Indian audience के लिए create करना चाहती थी. But in 5 years, because of Digital India, I'm very proud to say that we've been able to service 10 million consumers across not just India, but globally. And we are now present in 20 plus countries. That has been possible purely because of this Digital India. You know, 5 साल पहले, I was a struggling mother who was not able to find safe, effective products for her babies. वहाँ से आज, you know, getting this honor of being present on this stage with such amazing people, the government, and seeing their enthusiasm around building what we are building today. I think this is not just my story, but it's, you know, it's the journey of a whole new India. It's the journey of Indian consumers, of technology that has disrupted all verticals, and most importantly, it's the journey of entrepreneurship, which is giving the ability to this new India, to Bharat, to dream big and achieve their billion dreams that they are dreaming today. So a big round of applause to all of us here. You know, a special thanks to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. What he shared yesterday was, it gave me goosebumps at least. And the effective execution of our respected ministers here who are delivering so well to that vision. Matlab, Digital India is no longer just a dream. I think we are beyond our dreams and we are trying to make it really big, and the world is going to see how we grow as a country. Now that I stand here today, बहुत छोटी सी मेरी list है. It's a few wishes that I want to see over the next decade, as we call it. मतलब मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये possible nahi hai ya difficult hai, especially after yesterday's session and the morning conversations that we had. I see us already doing a lot to achieve all of these points. First and foremost, I'm a big advocate of women in entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem. I wish to see more women. On this panel, we have some fierce ladies out here. We have some phenomenal women there. But can we have a big round of applause to having more women being a part of this ecosystem and driving the future goals? Second, I wish to see the next charge of startups and innovation to come not just from India alone, but from Bharat. And again, between yesterday and today, हमने सुना है कि Tier 2, Tier 3 and beyond cities से कितने entrepreneurs आ रहे हैं. I got the opportunity to be on Shark Tank, जहाँ it was humbling to see these people coming from small towns with big dreams, big ideas, and trying to make it to the next unicorn, to the next big company, and taking that entrepreneurship spirit global. So can I have a big round of applause for not just India, but for Bharat that's sitting out here? And last but not the least, I wish to see India become the third largest economy by GDP, beating Japan and Germany over the next 5 years. And this will lead all of us present here, for that matter, today. All of us and all of you guys are going to lead that charge. Can I have a big round of applause for all of us trying to make it big, not just in India, but globally, and taking this startup revolution forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for your august address. We appreciate it. तकनीकी पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र को गतिशील रूप से बढ़ाने और बनाए रखने के उद्देश्य से 750 करोड़ से अधिक के परिव्यय के साथ डिजिटल इंडिया जेनेसिस इनोवेटिव स्टार्टअप्स के लिए जेन नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट पर एक राष्ट्रीय डीप टेक स्टार्टअप प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिसे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी द्वारा कल लॉन्च किया गया था। इसी की एक छोटी सी झलक जो कल दिखाई गई थी, वो आज माननीय मंत्री महोदय की इजाजत से एक बार फिर आपके लिए हम प्रस्तुत करते हैं।
8 साल पहले स्टार्टअप मात्र एक शब्द था, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी विजन में शुरू हुए डिजिटल इंडिया ने इंडिया को बनाया दुनिया के सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप हब में से एक। आज यहां हैं 70,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स, 103 यूनिकॉर्न्स।
टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज में भी नए नए स्टार्टअप बन रहे हैं। उनकी भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स को अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में जाने में बड़ी भूमिका भी है।
इन शहरों में भी स्टार्टअप्स की क्षमता को देखते हुए और उन्हें सफल बनाने के लिए डिजिटल इंडिया की पहल के तहत आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पर लाया गया है डिजिटल इंडिया जेनेसिस, जो स्टार्टअप्स की अगली पीढ़ी को संपूर्ण सपोर्ट देगा। ये एक हाई इंपैक्ट डिजिटली ड्रिवन नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म होगा, जो स्टार्टअप्स को इंक्यूबेशन, मेंटरशिप, मार्केट एक्सेस के साथ साथ सीड फंडिंग की सुविधा को उपलब्ध कराएगा। 750 करोड़ से भी अधिक की धनराशि से 10,000 से भी ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स को इंपैक्ट करते हुए डिजिटल इंडिया जेनेसिस $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी के लक्ष्य की दिशा में भारत सरकार का एक बड़ा कदम है।
We extend good wishes to all the startups of Bharat. Now, with utmost pleasure and respect, please help me welcome Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar, Honorable Union Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronic and IT, for his august address.
Good morning. Minister for Railways, Communication and IT, Ashwini Vaishnaw ji, Secretary Alkesh Sharma ji, my colleagues at METI, startups from all over the country, and friends. First of all, let me thank all of you for being here in this first post-COVID Digital India Week 2022, the first time that we are meeting after several years. And this year we are recognizing, celebrating our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of India's decade and the goal of $1 trillion digital economy in this decade. Most importantly, your presence here signals Digital India's biggest achievement of transforming India's economic landscape and of creating more opportunities and putting young Indians in the driver's seat of the Indian economy, and in particular, the Indian digital economy. And I start with this because this change is not trivial, because just a decade ago, I recall standing up in Parliament and raising this, spotlighting this huge dysfunctionality where 95% of the Indian banking system's net worth, 95% of the Indian banking system's net worth had been cornered by 9 groups, crowding out every young Indian, or at least most young Indians, their ideas of entrepreneurship from capital and opportunity. The last 8 years have been deeply transformative in many, many ways, in governance, in democracy, in economic development. And 7 years ago, and I mentioned this yesterday, at the inaugural ceremony which the Honorable Prime Minister presided over, that 7 years ago to the day, I was in the audience just like you are today, listening to our Honorable Prime Minister lay out his vision of Digital India. Having spent over more than 3 decades in technology, even I had no idea how far we would travel in these 7 years, how far we would have progressed, and how deep the transformation would be. But they have been transformational, and the stars on the stage, stars sitting today in the audience, are testimony to the deepness of that transformation and the opportunities that have been created in its wake. Your successes and your capabilities range from the India stack, UPI, internet consumer tech, electronics and semiconductors, the Web 3.0, Industry 4.0, AI, high-performance computing. And these capabilities, these areas of leadership and entrepreneurship are increasingly defining New India. Let me just share with you what a privilege it is to be a minister of startups, a minister who has the privilege of engaging with young startups such as yourself on a day-in, day-out basis. In a recent meeting in the UK, I had the privilege of accompanying over 50 startups. I was one Minister of State representing the government of India, and there were these 50 rock stars. And 7 ministers of the government of UK showed up. Of course, I fooled myself into believing they were coming to meet me, but of course they were not. They were coming to meet the 50 startups. Starting with the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, the Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak, the Home Secretary, the Trade Secretary, the Health Secretary, the Digital Economy Secretary. Everyone in that government wanted to meet with, understand the successes, and as they frankly admitted at the end, recreate those successes in India, in the UK. And in a banter, in a conversation, the Chancellor of the Exchequer said, no, India and UK are neck to neck now in innovation and startups. And I had to politely tell him that maybe he hadn't read the memo, but India is far ahead now of the UK and Europe in innovation and ecosystem, in the innovation ecosystem, as represented by the 50 startups who were with me. Look, I won't speak very much more. This is really your day. This is for you to spend time in discussing the roadmap for the future, but I will share some thoughts with you. Surely that would be, I hope, helpful. We are at an inflection point, and I think it was mentioned on the stage that we are at a cusp. It is truly an inflection point for us as a nation, for you as startups, for our digital economy as a whole. And the inflection point is caused by an intersection of many things happening that I would like to lay out in front of you. A, the rate at which the world is digitizing is increasing and it will only increase faster. B, our ambitions have been reimagined, our capabilities are growing. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, he is opening out, our government is opening out opportunities in across the board, from space to electronics, from semiconductor to artificial intelligence. That's the second. And third, the nation today is working to make sure the skills that are required in the India's decade are being developed. The internet, the data sets, the data centers, the three raw materials for innovation ecosystem are all being put into place. As you know, we are 800 million Indians connected today, and in 3 years' time, through a combination of 5G and BharatNet, we would have 1 billion plus Indians all connected, making us the largest connected nation in the world and the largest connected piece of the internet. Our goals are very clear at MeitY. We want to expand entrepreneurship and startups in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. In 2014, when the Honorable Prime Minister came to office, technology opportunities were limited to these 4 cities of Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Gurugram. And today we are talking about technology in minimum of 25 cities and even more. Digital India, through the ministry and through its various programs, including Genesis, will not just support the growth, but will also engage with startups to be a bridge between government's own technology requirements and technology solution requirements and the startup and innovation ecosystem, with formal pitch sessions to PSEs and public sector units and state governments. Let me end by sharing something that somebody told me recently. It was not me that did it. I just want to be very clear. I'm reliably told that on shadi.com, reliably told by somebody else, that the keyword that now is searched for most often is not IAS, is not IPS, is not a Tata company, not a Birla company. It is startup employee or a startup founder. So what better judge of what is a successful career than shadi.com? Again, let me end by saying we are the cusp of something very big for India. India's decade will be the decade when the tip of this iceberg will morph into the full potential of technology for India. And at our ministry, I can assure you that to every man and woman in our team, we will be committed to enable, support, and cheerlead your growth and success. I wish you all the best. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, sir, for your enlightening speech. We appreciate it. Now, with utmost respect and pleasure, please help me welcome Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw, sir, Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Communication, Electronic and IT, for his August address.
I will pick up from where my colleague Shri Chandrasekhar ji left. He gave the example of shadi.com. While sitting on the dais, I had a small observation. 10 years back, was it possible to see a joint secretary giving a bouquet to a startup leader? Impossible. The change which has happened in the last 8 years, this is a very good reflection of that change. It was always the government as the mighty lord, top of the food chain. The world has changed, and that's the change which reflects the spirit of Digital India. My very esteemed colleague, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji, the Secretary of MeitY, Mr. Alkesh Sharma ji, the colleagues from Startup World. I won't take individual names, although I wanted to take each dignitary's name. Friends of the dais, when the Startup India program happened, like my colleague Rajeev ji, I was also sitting in the audience. I was amazed at the vision that Prime Minister painted that day. A lot of people in the audience were quite skeptical. People were thinking that, can it really happen? This kind of vision, it's okay, that kind of thing can happen in US, that kind of thing can probably happen in Europe. Can it happen in India? Is Startup India just a slogan? And our opposition, that we are political animals, pardon us for putting that bit of element in this speech, our political opponents always, again and again, they would say that no, this is just a jumla, this will not happen. See the change which has happened. 100 plus unicorns, 70,000 plus startups. What Rajeev ji just said about UK, exactly the same conversation every part of the world, when I and he, when we talk to our counterparts across the world, each and every digital affairs minister or IT minister or telecom minister in the world, the first question they ask us is, how did you guys do this? How did you guys create this kind of startup ecosystem in such a short time? There are other countries which have taken decades to reach this level. How did you people reach this level in such a short time? And our answer is always, it's the energy of our startups, it's the enthusiasm of our entrepreneurs, it's the clear vision of our government, and it's the development of this complete ecosystem which has helped us reach this journey. But my friends, this is just the first part of the journey. It's a 1,000-mile journey, and we have taken the first step. It's a great first step. We must celebrate it, but we have to take many, many, many more steps. And that's why, for one, we have consolidated all the different initiatives which were happening as a part of supporting the startup ecosystem into one program, the Genesis, Digital India Genesis program. Genesis, like many things that we like to do, is an acronym. I won't go into the full form, but the point here is that we would like this to become your gateway to various different support systems, which include mentors, funds, your pitching partners, and your gateway to various government programs also. For example, can this program give you access into some of the sectors, government sectors, which have very large scale? Railways, 1.2 million people. Imagine the plight of when yours truly, when the performance appraisal happens every year, post 4 lakh people, 400,000 people. These humongous organizations which can provide you a scale where many countries, even if they try to reach out their entire population, would struggle to get that kind of scale. Genesis will be your gateway to such sectors. For example, recently, as a part of this whole startup ecosystem, Railways has announced a support program for startups in which 11 problem statements have been uploaded. Now, what are these problem statements? Things like, how do you accurately monitor the health of the tracks? Or stuff like, can you develop a better elastomer pad? Like, so to make it simple, if there is a wagon which is sitting on wheels, between the wagon and the wheel, there is a cushion. Can you design a better cushion which lasts for at least 3 times more hours or kilometers compared to the existing one? Or a wagon which is carrying salt, the weight of the wagon is actually more than the salt that it carries. Can you design a better wagon so that you can carry more salt rather than carrying more steel on rails. All kinds of problems which are conventional economy but can be done in a better way using new technologies, or AI-based, data-based, image-based, sensors-based. For example, can you give us a solution where about 80,000 traction motors which are rolling the wheels of the trains, you can actually check the health of those traction motors and tell the maintenance guys that, okay, this is a motor which is going to have a heart attack soon. Come, it has some temperature issues. Can we solve it in advance? So ranging from conventional brick and mortar to really deep tech problems are out there. Participate. Almost 150 odd startups have already participated. The support that we will be providing the startups and the solution providers will be a consistent support, not just we lay out the problem statement and you come and give the solution, then we clap. No. It will be a consistent support where we provide you 50% of the cost of the solution, pari passu based. As you get your cost, we support you in equal amount, and then up to 4 years, we will provide you the basic orders so that you can build your business and give you that vast scale of solution which you can then take to the world, because that kind of scale will be very difficult to get in any other geography. Same thing in post. The postal bank, be a partner of that. Recently, I think about 90 odd startups have joined that journey. Be a partner in the telecom startup fund. Again, we will support you up to 5 crore rupees for developing your solutions, whether it is in radio, whether it is in the NMS, any part of that ecosystem, come and be part of that. Same thing in defense. I think by now, more than about 70, 80 new companies have got created because of the opportunity that Defense Ministry provided to the startups. Same in BSF, recently advanced detection of a drone which might intrude from other side of the border. So those kind of sectors will be opened for you through the Genesis program. So that's the second point I wanted to make. And the third and last point, I'll like to make an appeal to all of you. One big challenge where you can really help is in supporting the MSMEs. I'm sure my friend just now said, lots of things are happening. Government is also putting in a lot of efforts. Can we come up with a credit solution for MSMEs? That should be a challenge we should all take. A solution where, like Swanidhi program, very short time with minimal paperwork, can we provide a good credit solution to the MSMEs? That is first challenge, first appeal I would like to make. Can we take UPI to the world? Already 3 countries have signed up, but can we take it to such a large scale, because this is a fabulous solution, this is an amazing solution. Can we take it to the world in a very big way? All the companies working in fintech, consumer, I'll request all of you to look at it, see how you can make your efforts to take it to the world. Can we expand ONDC, the Open Network for Digital Commerce, to make it the next UPI? So I'll appeal to all of you to take a serious look at it, especially the people in the e-commerce fields. Look at it, the people who are facing consumers, people who are looking at B2B solutions. Look at ONDC, see how it can be a great platform. We believe that this can be the next UPI. So look at it, see how you can leverage it for your business. Fourth, can we use the next public digital platform, the health platform, Digital Health Mission, to become, that can be another UPI for us. And the scale can be phenomenal. The range of solutions can again be phenomenal. See that, use that, and create new solutions with that. And the last appeal is about Bhashini. We are very, very passionate about Indian languages. We in the government really, really respect. I remember in one of the internal meetings a few weeks back, Prime Minister said that Tamil is the mother of all languages. Why shouldn't we have a solution where Tamil can be understood by somebody who was never even exposed to Tamil? So that kind of love that we have for our languages, for all the Indian languages, Bhashini has been created with that vision. Bhashini has been created with a vision by which people speaking any language can be connected with people speaking any other language. And languages are beyond geographical or political boundaries. We do believe that Bhashini, which has been created today for Indian languages, will become a platform, global platform for all other languages in the world. So come, take a look at it, use it, create new solutions, and take it to a new level. With these 3 points, that we are getting into a new world, be a part of this journey. Second, use Genesis as your gateway to multiple forums. And third, the 5 appeals. I wish you all the very best. Look forward to another very, very exciting journey, a decade which will be led by technology, the decade of India. Thank you.
We thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your informative and stimulating speech. Now, as a matter of gesture and thank you note, we would like to present mementos to our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Foremost, I would like to request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, MeitY, to kindly present the memento to Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw, Honorable Union Minister of Railways, Communication, Electronics and IT. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Alkesh Kumar, sir, to kindly present the memento to Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister for State, to Skills, Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and IT. Thank you. I now request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, Joint Secretary, MeitY, to present a memento to Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, MeitY. Thank you. I request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar to present the memento to Mr. Varun Khaitan, Urban Company. I now request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar to kindly present the memento to Mr. Anil Sharma, TCS. I now request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar to kindly present the memento to Ms. Sonia Swarup Choksi, Match My Talent. Thank you very much. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar, DG, STPI, to kindly present the memento to Ms. Ghazal Alag, Mama Earth. Thank you. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar to kindly present the memento to Mr. Rohan Verma, Mapma India. Thank you. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar to present the memento to Mr. Srinath Ramkrishnan, Zetwerk. Thank you. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar to present the memento to Ms. Divya Shetty, Circle X. Thank you, everyone. अब मैं धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव देने के लिए श्री अरविंद कुमार डीजी एसटीपीआई से नम्र निवेदन करती हूं.
Good morning, Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Communication, Electronics and IT, Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw ji. Honorable Union Minister of State for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, Electronics and IT, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji. Secretary to Government of India in Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri Alkesh Sharma ji. other dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, senior government official from Gujrat government, central government, experts, innovators, academicians, representative from media, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to propose vote of thanks after such an important inaugural session. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Minister who has agreed to come for this meeting, even having a very busy schedule. This whole conference was not possible without his guidance. Sir, we will all follow the appeals you have already made to all of us, sir. I would also like to thank Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji. He is a man of technology. His passion is technology. Whenever you go in his room, you always come with some idea on technology. And this is all his effort. We were able to meet here and able to hold this conference. It was not also possible without minute-to-minute observation on our program of our Secretary, Shri Alkesh Sharma ji. Sir, thank you very much to everybody. I would also like to thank all officials of Gujrat government as a whole. They have provided, extended all types of the support for all of us. That is why we were able to organize this event. As everybody says, it gives great pleasure when our startup says that our product is being globally sold. We have so many global customers. When some startup says it is first of its kind, initially it was on paper, now it is me who is able to make it electronically. When somebody says that we have done so much so in this space, this gives all pleasures to all of us. In fact, yesterday when Mr. was saying that now in place of technology consumer, we have become technology producer. Our innovators, our experts has proven this by fact that yes, now we are not only the technology consumer, but we are big technology producer. Once I thank everybody who has made this event successful for all of us. I would also like to thank media for this. Thank you very much. Thank you for all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm, thankful note. And with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of the day. And we, one more time, thank all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, especially the ministers and the guests and the speakers of the inaugural session. To all the august guests present in the house, we request you to take up a tea and coffee break of just 15 minutes. We shall assemble over here for the first technical session on India's vibrant startup ecosystem continuing its growth. Thank you very much. Do not be late as we have a day-long session which is going to be fruitful to one and many. Thank you. We shall start the event sharp at 12, so do not be late. Come back soon. Thank you.
Check. Hello. Hello, check.
Hello, hello, check, check. Check 1 2. Hello. Hello, check. नंबर है 17 नंबर है, ठीक है. हेलो 13 14 15. 10 नंबर है ना, ठीक। बारह नंबर, हेलो हेलो, चेक चेक चेक, हेलो। नो नो नो, ठीक है। हेलो हेलो, चेक। हेलो चेक चेक, 1 2। हेलो हेलो, चेक चेक। हेलो हेलो हेलो, इसमें मॉनिटर नहीं आ रही। हेलो चेक, हाँ कहूँ रखे, हाँ। हेलो चेक, हाँ ये, हेलो हेलो, चेक 1 2, हेलो, ठीक है। हेलो हेलो, चेक 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 1 2 हेलो हेलो इसमें भी बढ़ा दो थोड़ा हेलो चेक चेक 1 हेलो हेलो चेक 1 2 चेक 1 हेलो हेलो हाँ हेलो चेक चेक 1 2 हेलो चेक 1 हेलो ठीक है हेलो हेलो चेक 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 1 2 हेलो 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 चेक चेक 1 हेलो चेक इसका ज़्यादा है कम करो हेलो हेलो चेक 1 2 चेक 1 हेलो हेलो हाँ चेक चेक 1 2 हेलो हेलो चेक चेक हाँ हेलो हेलो चेक चेक 1 2 चेक 1 हेलो 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 चेक चेक 1 2
I request everyone to kindly settle down. We have a long day of discussions and to gather a lot of information from each one of us, from the esteemed panelists over here, from the speakers. So I request everyone to kindly assemble back and can also request their colleagues, if they're out of the room, to settle down as fast as you can. I request everyone to kindly settle down as fast as you can. We are about to start the first technical session. It is on Digital India Historical Context, Platform Economy, UPI, Aadhaar, Co-win. It will talk about role of investment in scaling up the solutions. And the eminent speaker, Mr. Sudhir, will share his experience as a prominent VC in terms of identifying and funding the innovative startups and converting them into unicorns. Then we will also hear from the unicorns who will share their experience of how they scaled their startups into the unicorns, transitioning Bharat into digital India. I'm sure you must have had a talk with your colleagues back in the office or at home. So reminding you again to put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. सभी से नम्र निवेदन है कि आप अपना मोबाइल फोन साइलेंट मोड पर रख दीजिए या वाइब्रेटिंग मोड पर। धन्यवाद। Let's start the first technical session of the day. Gear up, take a warm up, and with that note, please help me welcome the first guest on the dais, Mr. Sudhir Sethi from Churatre. Welcome, sir. Please help me welcome Mr. Vineet Rao from DealShare. Welcome, sir. Please help me welcome Mr. Rajeev Gupta from Policy Bazaar. Welcome, sir. Please help me welcome Mr. Varun Khaitan, Urban Company. Welcome, sir. Also welcome Mr. Rahul Chari from PhonePe. And please help me also welcome Mr. Prem Bhartasarthi from Pontak Ventures. I need a very warm applause for all these wonderful startup owners who have scaled like anything. They have turned their dream come true, cent per cent. We welcome all the esteemed speakers on the dais. Thank you for joining us. And as a matter of gesture, we would like to welcome them with a floral bouquet. Foremost, I would like to welcome Mr. Subodh Sachin, Director, STPI, to welcome Mr. Sudhir Sethi from Churatre. I cannot see it. Thank you, gentlemen. I now request Mr. Pavitra Agrawal, Director STPI, to welcome Mr. Vineet Rao from DealShare. Thank you. I now request Amreshwar Rai, Additional Director STPI, to kindly welcome Mr. Rajeev Gupta from Policy Bazaar. Thank you. I now request Mr. Mahesh Nair, Additional Director STPI, to kindly welcome Mr. Varun Khaitan from Urban Company. Thank you. I now request Mr. Amit Verma, Joint Director STPI, to kindly welcome Mr. Rahul Chari from PhonePe. Thank you. I now request Mr. Suresh Botha, Additional Director STPI, to welcome Mr. Prem Bhartasarthi, Pontak Ventures. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, with utmost pleasure, I welcome for the keynote address, Mr. Sudhir Sethi from Churate. He's going to talk about Digital India's opportunity in accelerating digital world. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the Government of India for inviting me to give the keynote on a topic which I'm very passionate about. As a venture investor at Churate, I've been investing in new tech, digital, since '98. And one aspect which stands out about the digital entrepreneur and the Indian new economy entrepreneur is that of massive scale, which I used to think was yet to come. And I'll elaborate this a little bit later. Various departments of the Government of India, regulatory bodies, fund of funds, officers, each have taken lead in being change agents. And I saw this yesterday and I was absolutely amazed. I was talking to one of my friends saying that this is distributed product development. And he mentioned that used to be called open source earlier as such. And I said, no, this is distributed because it's very different from open source. My congratulations to the entire Government of India team, officers, each one of the people who I met in the last 2 days for something which each one of us as CEOs hope for in our own organizations. An excellent job done. Digital India is about a new technology-based economy. Government initiatives are a catalyst to this new technology, like no other anywhere in the world. UPI and ONDC are so unique that they have the potential to disrupt the global economy. And I heard yesterday that UPI is going to 34 countries, which is absolutely for me a dream come true. Digital India has 4 components which I want to speak about today. IT services, startup ecosystem, the India Stack and all the government initiatives which are enabling solutions to reach out to 1 billion plus people in the country, which no other private industry can do. And then electronics and defense. India Stack is now the enabler. It enables startups to go easily, whether they're in fintech or in health tech or e-commerce with ONDC, to be supported and not worry about keyword search and competition. During COVID, we saw CoWIN scale massively to enable over 1 billion people to have vaccinations. That is unheard of. That's massive scale on the technology app itself. UPI saw digital payments scale to a different level altogether. I must add, anecdotally, that we saw in our own portfolio, 70% of our technology companies invested in grow faster than pre-COVID levels. And that included almost 40% of our portfolio companies anecdotally going international. That was something which we did not expect. We also, as an investor, we also literally had to reinvent ourselves and say, you know what? The TAM, the targeted addressable market, is no longer a few 100 million people in the country. It is 1 billion people who need insurance. It's 1 billion people who need lending. It's 1 billion people who need efficient healthcare which they're unable to get today. It's 150 million farmers who depend on something out there for crop productivity, soil management, disease management of plants, and water management. How do you get it across? It's about 300 million plus students who were looking for education during the last 2 years. It's about 100 million plus SMEs who were looking for solutions on how to build their businesses during the last 2 years. And that increased, or that rather made our mindset, my personal vision of what can happen in the country suddenly shot up 10 times, saying this country now provides, not on theory, but having done it for the last 2 years, consumers actually and businesses scaled in a very, very trying situation. And all that would not have happened if the inherent India Stack, for instance, was not there. However, what is perhaps not known in the 4 elements is what is the scale right now. We know that some of the companies are going international and have achieved dominance in the market space. We have some of those companies here today. We have Zetwork, we have Mama Earth, we have Map My India. Many of these companies are achieving dominance and reaching out to every nook and corner of the country. First Cry is now the largest baby care company in the world. Lenskart, now with the new acquisition in Japan, is the 2nd largest company in the world. So the audaciousness of the thinking of becoming not only dominant in the country and scale in the country which India provides has transformed itself to these companies and entrepreneurs thinking that, look, let's be leaders in the world. And I think that's happening right now. And I'll give you proof points. If you look at the revenue, now a lot has been spoken about valuations. I am excited about valuations, but they keep going up and down. And as many of our colleagues would know here. But valuations is an outcome. What is manageable is revenue and financial performance. We did some research, and we have data till 2021 March. The revenue of all technology startups in that year was $20 billion. This grew from $4.5 billion in 2007. That's a 34% CAGR. But what happened subsequently was very interesting, that growth patterns of revenue started growing at 50% per annum. Why did this happen? It happened because there's an inherent infrastructure which is working at scale. It also happened because in technology, larger companies tend to grow, in many cases, faster. It's faster. In the old world, we used to say, hey, let's scale down the 30% growth to 15%. But many larger companies in our own portfolio we've seen are growing at the same pace or maybe a tad faster, either due to organic reasons or due to M&A. Mind you, we also did something interesting and say, hey, how will this look up in the next 5 years? In the next 5 years, we expect this and new companies which are coming in the startup ecosystem in technology to reach a revenue scale of anywhere between 150 to $200 billion. This is all Indian startup. This does not include Amazons of the world or Flipkarts who are owned by outsiders right now. And this does not include companies which are structured outside the country. This is all based in India. Mind you, this startup ecosystem humongous scale of close to $200 billion in the next 5 to 6 years does not include software services. Software services, which was last year $237 billion, is likely to scale to $350 billion in a 5 to 6 year time frame, which is also the second part of the Digital India. The electronics component, as Minister said yesterday, is looking at $75 billion, and that is targeted at $350 billion. So we are talking, and I also believe that UPI is now going international, and between yesterday and today we did some quick math. It can touch in the next 5 to 7 years a 200 billion revenue, because if it goes to just 10 large economies in the world, every pie of that transaction, small pie, comes to UPI. We're talking about a $200 billion company, which is valued at a humongous level. So, what is digital economy without defense right now? We are looking at a 1 trillion revenue in 2027 to 28 timeframes. And out of that, 2 sectors are performing with solid engines. Electronics hopefully will perform. I think it will, with all the government incentives and backing overall. A trillion revenue is not something to be scoffed at, whatever the valuation. New tech economy or digital economy is about new business models, new revenue models, new products, new technology, new go-to-markets, and also discovering new markets. And yesterday, 5 years ago, this used to be for investors like us, possibly in an or situation. Today, we are seeing entrepreneurial organizations chugging along rapidly, where a bulk of these are now met. That means all these criteria are in an and situation, innovation, agility on all these criteria. And that's the fueling which is happening in the country. The question to me asked many times is which sectors are going to now perform? And my answer is always, India is not about one sector at a time. There'll be phases when some sectors will go, some sectors will not come up. That's fine. It's about every tech. Every sector is growing rapidly. We are looking at now companies, not just unicorns, we are looking at companies achieving 1 billion revenue each. I have seen those companies targeting and entrepreneurs targeting. It's our estimate that in the next 5 years, there'll be at least 25 companies who reached 1 billion revenues each. This is from domestic market and international market. Capital plays an important part. In the last 7 years, India has invested $150 billion worth of capital. We expect, in spite of the slowdowns, somewhere between 7 to 10% increase in capital investments from venture investors, angels, and private equity to come into India. With some policy changes, this could touch 400 billion plus. That's humongous. These companies are not just serving a financial purpose. These companies are serving something which is very valuable to society and business. We are looking at agriculture, where problems are being solved by technology. In our own portfolio, we have reached out to, now our companies are serving 3.5 million farmers in the country overall. And that applies to numbers in healthcare, numbers in greenhouse gas emissions. So, in fact, we took out an impact report, the third one just recently, enabling that these are very, very important factors. Any company who becomes critical to society and business as they perform their financial functions very nicely is likely to also stay longer, 25 years, 50 years, and perform well. I end this talk with a quote from Lenin, perhaps the wrong guy to quote right now. He mentioned after the war that there are times when decades go by in days, and there are days when decades go by. India is today at a stage when there are days when decades are now being traversed, and that's due to digital transformation of the country, the startup ecosystem, what we see today, and the massive scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. We appreciate it. I now move towards the moderator of the panel discussion, Mr. Prem Bhartasarthi, Pontoc Ventures India LLP. Over to you, sir, for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the dais, good to be here, and thanks to the Government of India for giving us the opportunity. I'm Prem Bhartasarthi, Managing Partner of Pontoc. We are a venture capital fund, but we ourselves are a startup. We started off without no background to venture capital. That was about 7 or 8 years ago. And when I saw the title, India's Vibrant Startup Ecosystem, I also believed I'm also part of that because we also started as a startup. Having said all of that, so just on a quick note, to recap some of these startup stories that we have seen personally. We ventured into India back end of last year. Since January, we've invested about 65 companies across India. And we spoke about the IP and the startup ecosystem across the country. Interestingly, these 65 companies have come from 23 states across India. That's a very pleasing number to look at, and from tier 2 and tier 3 predominantly. And what is also interesting is the number of jobs that these companies have cumulatively created thus far and will continue to do, which is roughly about 1,500 at the moment, and also about 30 plus patents within them. And one interesting story, data point as well, is that 40% of these startups from across the country are women-founded and co-founded companies. So that's something that we all need to be incredibly proud of. So on that note, when the honorable ministers were speaking this morning, they were saying we are at the inflection point. 70,000 plus startups, 700,000 jobs, more than $335 billion in market cap. If that is the inflection point, then what is the next wave and where is it coming from? Vineet.
Thank you so much. Just a quick introduction. My name is Vineet. Born, brought up in Jaipur, studied at IIT Bombay, running a startup called DealShare. DealShare is really enabling mass market consumers, middle income, lower income population across all tiers of cities, but mostly focused on tier 2, tier 3 cities with the essentials. So we are largely focused on grocery plus, right? And I do believe that we are in fact at the inflection point. And when you look at the trends, you look at either the Western market or even the Chinese market and now the Indian market, there is a wave of lot of startups and established companies doing a lot of new interesting things before the market really reaches an inflection point where the mass market really starts adopting the new way of doing things, right? In India, it really started about a few years back where the mobile and internet penetration reached all of the population, right? Today, if you look at anybody, you know, whether it's somebody in the villages, whether it is kids, whether it is, you know, older generation, you know, my parents would never have adopted internet if it was not for all the changes that have happened in the last few years. And that is really bringing forward very interesting new business models to come alive. And now we are seeing, you know, that really rapidly increase with 100 unicorns that got created in the last few years. I think it's just the beginning. The market is so massive that we'll see a lot more of them. And since we do work with the mass market population, we know that the number of problems to be that are still remaining to be solved are a lot. I mean, everything that you look at in a middle-income household's life is a problem that is still to be solved. So yeah, you know, I think we are looking forward to a great decade forward where millions, maybe billions of lives are going to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Vineet. Talking about middle-income groups, Vikram, your company, you're solving a lot of problems in that age group as well. And I just want to understand how you see the opportunities in that space.
Thank you so much. Firstly, warm welcome to all of you present here. I think it requires a lot of energy to be, you know, going through the entire session from the morning. And thanks to Digit India, I think yesterday was a mesmerizing event. And all of us equally enjoyed the way all of you have done so far. Now, I come from a company called PB Fintech, which has two subsidiaries, major subsidiaries, Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar. And when I discuss the journey of Policy Bazaar, the founders say that they failed in 3 ventures before Policy Bazaar became successful. You know? So it took them 8 to 10 years to create a unicorn called Policy Bazaar. You know? Now, is this the end of it? I was discussing with Rahul, you know, during the break, that probably this is just the tip of the iceberg. If we have connected with about 30 million customers in the last 10 years, of which 15 million have bought a policy from us, look at the population of this country. Look at how many such policy bazaars can be created. You know? So is true for the other industries as well. You know? So my question is, people who are present here, how many of you are thinking to create something similar in this space? The IRDA chairman in his speech in Bangalore has welcomed entrepreneurs to start something for the rural India. I think rural India is still not adequately covered. We are talking about tier 1, tier 2, but there is a tier 3 and tier 4. So they are saying that we will speeden up the process for approval for any entrepreneur who's willing to start an insurance venture to cover the rural population. So I think the next decade is all about, the first 100 probably took us 10 years, the next 100 will probably take us 3 years, and next 1,000 will probably take another decade. And that's the kind of opportunity India has to offer.
Thank you very much. One question to you of Urban Company. Quick question. You mentioned about going international and you're expanding. And a recent survey said about 42% of the Indian startups are thinking about going global as well. So in your perspective, based on your experience and also the collective experience that you've seen in similar entrepreneurs, how do you think has the mind shift been in terms of transitioning to think global of the entrepreneurs of Indian ecosystem? And what are the things that they need to consider as they move forward?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Prem. So when we started Urban Company in 2014, our initial attempt at solving the services space in India was very much like how it has been done in the West, connecting consumers to small service businesses. But very soon we realized that that is not the model of the future. The model of the future is to put the individual service professional at the heart of the business. Make that individual transform from an individual employee to an entrepreneur, a business owner. And that's what our model today relies upon. We have 50,000 individual entrepreneurs in India and 4 other countries going to homes of consumers and delivering services that are booked in a matter of 2 to 3 hours. It's a very transformative, world-class experience. And in this journey, we realized that now that we've built a truly global-first model, we can take this to the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is still behind India, at least when it comes to this large industry, which is a part of all our lives. Our early inroads in Middle East, Australia, Singapore, and now even North America are an example that in these countries, while several industries might be ahead of India, there are many that are not. And consumer services is one of them. And as we take our model here, we've been able to, of course, with country-specific changes, generate employment in the thousands and provide services every month to hundreds and thousands of customers. So I think it's an example to say that because India is going to be digital first in many, many industries and in many ways of the world, solutions that will be developed here, which will be a lot more powerful, not only for rural India and tier 2, tier 3, but for many, many economies outside as well, because they will take the bottom half of these economies and bring them digitally online, and I think will pave the world for our leadership. What we see is global acceptance also of technology and brands that are made in India, because we are living in a very connected world, and consumers as well as suppliers all over the world really only care about using the best product wherever it is coming from. And hence, I'm sure in the years to come, we'll see many more companies from India boldly take what they're building outside.
Thank you, Varun. Mr. Sudhir, from your perspective as an investor, looking into companies, investing into companies across India and helping them scale as well, what sort of transition have you seen in the founders, and what are the things that they should be looking for?
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. I think the transition has happened. At least that's what we see in our portfolio companies. What I do believe is going to be critical to massive scale up is the transition has happened company by company to a scale, either in India or outside the country. I think the next phase of scale is collaboration. Collaboration is so crucial. I'll give you a very simple example. I actually didn't know CSC existed. And suddenly we were amongst us talking about how some of our companies can use and collaborate with CSC to reach out to parts of the country which our companies have never reached out to, right? So collaboration is crucial to scale up to the remote parts of the country. I truly believe that the last 2.5 years during COVID, we have all realized, I have realized that India market is 1 billion consumers. In insurance, in lending, in healthcare, in commerce. How do you tap that? You can't tap that by a traditional model which exists today. You have to have maybe a hybrid model. That's fine overall. So collaboration amongst companies, collaboration with government initiatives is absolutely crucial to scale within the country. How do you scale outside the country? That's a little bit more difficult. That requires perhaps capital and knowledge overall. If portfolio companies are massively scaled already, then I truly believe that acquisition, thoughtful acquisition, is a very, very interesting way. One of our companies called First Cry is organically growing into Middle East, but they're looking at acquisitions. Lenskart has just signed a term sheet with a Japanese acquisition to expand into the global market space. So a combination of organic and inorganic, but it requires capital. The holy grail for many consumer companies, I used to think, let's say 4 or 5 years back when we started talking to our companies to grow global, was what I call next door markets, Middle East and Asia. But suddenly we realized it's possible to go to the US because there is scale there, etc. And we have younger companies who have now gone, like if you see a company called Miko in the stalls here, the 95% of that company's revenue this year, which is pretty nicely scaled, comes from US. So we are finding consumer companies to go to the US, and that's a humongous market. So the opportunity exists, thoughtful, capital exists, that's very important. In fact, late stage capital is more coming into the country than perhaps even early stage capital.
Thank you very much, Sudhir. Just on the point, touching on the point again on globalization, one of the things that we also do have to take into conscience is the intellectual property. Interestingly, when we look at the data, for example, US has got about 3.5 lakh patents, whereas India at this point in time has got 26,000. So as these startups continue to go towards global for their own benefit and also for the economic benefit, what do you suggest that, Rahul, question to you, is something that the startups should start considering in terms of protecting their IP, and what more can we do to encourage them to be able to do so in terms of protecting the IP, not just domestically, but also internationally?
Thank you. I think first and foremost, as PhonePe, we are one of the biggest beneficiaries of Digital India, building on top of UPI, doing more than 100 million transactions a day today. We are actually a great use case to see how public good infrastructure with private partnership can really take things to scale. Specifically on the IP part of it, I think there's been a generational shift of how we look at IP, especially in the technology world. IP has significantly shifted towards data and being able to actually leverage data at scale, which is intelligence IP versus pure IP that's been on the technology side of things. More and more technology, especially in the consumer internet space, whether it's B2B or B2C, is highly commoditized, right? The barriers to entry through technology are being broken down on a daily basis, and IP there has significantly shifted towards data. So I think the question to actually start asking is about what is the true data IP that we hold as an ecosystem, and as we go international, how are we going to be able to leverage that significantly more? There are sectors, obviously, in terms of biotech, defense technology, AI, where there is a combination of still IP that needs to get protected from a technology perspective, as well as data. But I think the conversation should shift more and more towards data. In that sense, having data policies that are significantly progressive and future provisioned from the ability to both protect, at the same time not put barriers in utilization of that data is most significant. I think that's the conversation that needs to start getting triggered. Also, to add to one particular question about are we ready globally, I think what we need to realize about India is that the population bonus that for the longest period of time was thought to be a negative, and now obviously with bonus it's being a positive, that diversity, the products that we are producing out of the country, whether it's Urban Company, Policy Bazaar, PhonePe, the problems that we are solving at scale, the problems that we are solving about acceptability across a diverse strata of society that is different on languages, different on economic status, means that our readiness for any other market, both on the developing market side as well as the developed market side, is significantly better than most countries. And I think that's the mindset we as entrepreneurs need to take when we go on the global stage.
Perfect. Thank you, Rahul. Vinny, do you have any more points on that?
No, I think, like I said, right, I mean, this is the time, and I do also believe that this is the inflection point, right? And a lot of innovation is still to come. And we'll see not just innovations in technology solutions, but also innovations in business models. In my opinion, when the time is right and you find a very big market, which is still yet to be evolved, it will find better solutions. It has always happened in the West, and it will happen in India also, that for every problem, whether it is retail, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is education, whether it is any kind of vertical, India will find better solutions than what exists in more mature markets. and that will make it a lot more easier for us to take on and capture markets in the West as well for those solutions, right? But how do we really protect our IP? I think it is going to be a very big challenge because, like I said, again, IP, it's not just about the technology IP, but it is also the business model and the business solution IP. So I don't know the answer, but it's a very good question for us to think about right from now.
Thank you, Vineet. So just on that note, going on to the, again, infusion of capital, right? Sudhir, you mentioned about various billions of dollars coming in to the Indian ecosystem. Question is now that the world is watching, more than 100 unicorns, and just still it's just the inflection point, do you think is the opportune time that more foreign investors actively look at India as a destination? And what are the factors contributing to that?
So your question, should more foreign investors?
Should more foreign institutions?
Oh, of course the answer is yes. I don't think that's a question which can have any answer but a yes. However, I want to point out one thing, and this is what we've noticed, that if you look at all the capital which is invested inside the country, absorbed, not committed, right? Less than 10% of the capital, and somewhere between 5 to 10%, is from Indian investors, okay? Indian rupee capital coming in. That's family offices, a little bit of CVCs, now insurance has started coming in. I think the government has done a phenomenal job in creating fund of funds like SIDBI, NIF, etc. Overall. Now, international investors, when we raise capital from them and say, look, Indian investors, how much are they putting in? Because if they don't put in, there's something which we don't know. It's a very interesting conceptual framework, right? The moment Indian investors start investing in risk asset class, the entrepreneurial ecosystem is a risk asset class, then the international investor becomes significantly more positive to look at it. Do realize 90% of the capital outside the country is still sitting on the rings. What we have got is a drop in the ocean. So I would sort of go out on the limb and say that 5 to 10% of Indian capital which comes into the risk asset class of entrepreneurs has to significantly shoot up. There are some policy interventions required to something in a 5-year time frame to 25 to 30%. Do realize China, even today, is 60% domestic capital and 40% international capital. So that to me is the holy grail now. And that's very, very crucial for the Indian entrepreneurial system because those family offices, CVCs, capital understand India in a significantly better. What I'm very happy about is that large-scale entrepreneurial companies, some sitting here, are already investing back into the system. Okay? But industrial houses, I think if we can encourage them, or IT services company, if we can encourage them to invest in this ecosystem, it's something which is unstoppable.
Thank you, Sudhir. Rajeev, question to you, because Sudhir touched upon insurance sector trying to kind of funnel money into the ecosystem. The insurance sector trying to funnel money into the ecosystem. Sorry about that, go. What are your thoughts in terms of what the insurance sector can do more to funnel more capital into the startup space within India, and how are they going about it?
I think one of the experiments which we did, at Policy Bazaar, so we were present predominantly in the top cities, right? And so we started operating from tier 2, tier 3 cities in the last, 1.5 years. And we have seen a big market opportunity there, number one. Number two, we realized that people speaking in Tamil will want somebody to communicate in Tamil and speak to them. Or somebody staying in, in Andhra they want Telugu speaking employees to speak to them. So we built teams who could speak local lingual language, and that way we could attract more people, coming into the sector. So people just communicating in English and Hindi was not enough for us to tap the market. So I guess the opportunity is there in tier 2, tier 3 cities, where if you can build infrastructure, if you can create people who can communicate with the local audience, I think there is enough, for people who want to set up the business there.
Thank you, Rajeev. Varun, over to you on the same topic. How do you think we can funnel more capital into tier 2, tier 3 companies, and most importantly, how can we discover such companies coming out of tier 2 and tier 3, and what can we do about it?
I think, firstly, I'll agree with Sudhir. We will certainly see more and more international and global capital come to India. As we think about what the next 10, 12 years here will be like, as India approaches being a 10 trillion economy, I think it's most certain that the digital portion of that economy will be closer to 3 trillion. That's the size of the entire Indian economy today. That can be the size of just the digital economy in the next 10 to 12 years. And all the capital in the world is going to come chasing that. It is going to get that large because participation is going to happen from all over the country. I don't think it needs a lot of special effort. So today, if I look at our own business, we started in the large cities. For the first 5 of 8 years, we were in the top 8 cities. And just in the last 3, we have gone to 50 cities. Seeing phenomenal adoption in these city number 10 to 50. In fact, consumers there are telling us that they've been following us and looking at our ads for quite some time and were waiting for our services to go live. The penetration in the markets in these cities has been much faster than what we saw in our top 8. Our service professionals who work both in these cities and who work in the metros come from all over the country. In fact, increasingly, they come from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 India because they know of Urban Company and they know that if they go to Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, they can spend a couple of weeks in our training center, get ready and start working there. So awareness and the desire to adopt new technologies, use new companies and create new livelihoods, we see as absolutely immense in the deeper parts of our country as well. And I think just as time goes by, as the capital comes in, as we have more of these conversations around platforms and opportunities, the penetration into the depth of India will automatically happen.
Thank you. So the last question of the session, we'll do a quick rapid fire. Where do you think the Indian startup ecosystem will be in 2025, the year of the decade? Starting with you, Rob.
I think in the next, in 2025, what we're going to see is the positive ripple effect of this current startup ecosystem that seems to be maturing to the point where investments deeper into India are going to be very, very real. Open data, like a lot of data that the government is putting out there, companies like us are putting out there, are creating opportunities to create micro companies in ecosystems that are extremely centralized to a particular rural district. You'll see a lot of startups coming from there, solving problems that start getting to the point that they can take it to a national scale. And finally, what we are going to see is an explosion of what I call a combination of government initiatives towards public good infrastructure. ONDC is a classic example that is being done today that will start seeing a huge flywheel that is getting created across businesses, whether it's local logistics, whether it is hyperlocal commerce, whether it is unbundling of services that are moving away from all the cities towards rural areas. I think you're going to see an explosion of that in 2025.
Thank you. Vineet?
Very interesting question. So we've already seen, the strong rise of unicorns, right, over the last 2 years. And we've also seen some of those go public. I do believe that by 2025, majority of these unicorns, if not all, will go public, and not only just go public, right? They would have built sustainable, profitable, long-term solutions, and likely many of them would also go global, right? So I think just imagine where we have, from a market where we still are very early stage, where very few startups that have actually gone public and are making profits to a vibrant market with 100 or maybe more companies or startups that go public and create more than $100 billion of maybe hundreds of billions of dollars of net new value. So we would reach a level of maturity where some of the things that Sudhirji mentioned will start to happen, where you'll see a lot of vibrance in the domestic ecosystem will start to happen. So yeah, I think it's great times ahead.
Thank you, Sudhir.
Yeah, I think this is exciting times. There's no question about it. So crystal ball gazing in our world is very dangerous. I do believe, still I do it, right? $1 trillion revenue 5 years from now, 25 at least companies which are touching $1 billion revenue. But let me rephrase the question. Is that really the question? Okay. I think if I look at since 2007, over 1 lakh companies, I'm talking about technology because I'm familiar with that, over 1 lakh entrepreneurs started their businesses, tech businesses. But only 11,500 reached Series C. I want to reach out to every single of those which are beyond the 11,500. Those are they will be businesses, a few crore rupees to 100 crore rupees. Those are absolutely crucial businesses. When we speak about the exciting world of entrepreneurship, we must ensure that those companies which are 80%, 85% of the ecosystem, right, is very important and taken care of. Taken care of by capital, taken care of by a supply chain amongst the startup ecosystem which is being developed. Because if those 85 to 90% companies find it difficult, we will have a problem. So let's reach out to those 85% of the companies which perhaps VCs, because of their model, which may not be the right model, but don't invest in. Those are extremely crucial to us reaching that 1 trillion revenue.
Thank you, Sudhir. Rajeev.
2025, certainly 100 more unicorns. New sectors, like health tech, deep tech, coming up in a very big way. Logistics is another area which I see, happening in a big way. And the last, but not the least, is the support which we can provide to those 65, 70,000 startups which are there in terms of mentoring them on how to, source funds, how to build good corporate governance standards, and how to have skilled talent. I think that is something which all of us will have to put in effort to make available to be having 1,000 unicorns in about 10 years from now.
Thank you, Rajeev. And Varun, to you.
The aspect that I'm most excited about is platforms, apps, companies built out of India being global best in class across many, many areas. We've all grown up seeing and being impressed by things outside India, traveling to the US and being impressed about everything there. Highways, cars, restaurants, hotels. I think that is beginning to change, and the world is looking at things in India, UPI, and simple things like our COVID test infrastructure being an example, that you can get test results in 6 hours in India, and it still takes a few days in the US, and it comes on paper. Many, many more such things are going to happen by 2025, where the whole world, when they come to India, they see how we are miles ahead in multiple areas. And as a result of that, then companies built out of here will go out and get consumers in the rest of the world. So more and more of that happening is something that I'm very excited to be seeing soon.
Thank you. And as for me, about 2025, much has been said about how the Indian startup ecosystem will be in 2025. And as for me personally, I still will be miserably failing in my diet plan to follow the diet plan all the way through. But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And please join me in thanking them for their wonderful insights. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. It was definitely an informative discussion. And we wish to give you a memento as a mark of gesture and vote of thanks. I would first request Mr. Subodh Satran, Director STPI, to kindly present the memento to Sudhir Sethi Churate. Thank you. We'll now request Mr. Pavitra Agarwal, Director STPI, to kindly present memento to Minit Rao, Deal Share. Thank you. I now request Mr. Suresh Bodha, Additional Director STPI, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Prem Bharathasathi, Pontok Ventures. Thank you. We'll now request Mr. Amreshwar Rai, Additional Director STPI, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Rajeev Gupta, Policy Bazaar. Thank you. I now request Mr. Mahesh Nair, Additional Director STPI, to kindly present memento to Mr. Varun Khetan from Urban Company. Thank you. And I request Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Additional Director STPI, to kindly present memento to Mr. Rahul Shari, PhonePe. Thank you, speaker and panelists, for your wonderful time out and giving the broad insights. Would request you to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And now we will be moving towards the second technical session, which is Building Technologies for India and World. It is the reimagining future with deep tech startups. Having heard about the investment ecosystem and the journey of sweat and success to create a unicorn, now we will hear from some of the innovative and path-breaking startups that are reimagining the future and pushing the frontier in the domain of space, semiconductor, AI, and data economy.
Yes, I know.
And for the session, we invite on stage the speaker, Mr. Atul Batra from Algonomy, also the panel discussion participants, Mr. Rohan Verma, Map My India, Mr. Varun Alag from Mama Earth, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Droom Technology, Mr. Aprameya Radhakrishna from KU. I request the speaker and panelists to kindly step on the dais, please. We welcome you all for this wonderful technical session of today. We welcome all the panelists and the keynote speaker, Mr. Atul Batra, Mr. Rohan Verma, Mr. Varun, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, and Mr. Aprame Radhakrishna. Foremost, I would request Mr. Dr. A.K. Garg, Senior Director, MeitY, to kindly welcome Mr. Atul Batra, Algonomy. Thank you. We'll now request Dr. A.K. Garg to kindly welcome Mr. Rohan Verma, Mahatma, India. Thank you so much. I now request Shri Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, STPI, to kindly welcome Mr. Varun Alag, Mamaearth. Thank you. I request Mr. Devesh to kindly welcome Mr. Sandeep Agarwal from Droom Technology. Thank you. I now request Mr. Pavitra Agrawal, Director, STPI, to kindly welcome Mr. Aprame Radhakrishna from KU. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists and the speaker on the dais? Thank you. Moving towards the keynote address, I welcome Mr. Atul Batra from Algonomy to talk about reimagining future with deep tech startups. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe we stand between all of you and lunch, and I know we're running a bit late, so we'll try and make this efficient. The session I'm supposed to talk about is reimagining the future with deep tech startups. And firstly, I just want to thank my friends at MeitY for, inviting me to speak on this very important topic. And it's a pleasure to see all the innovation at Digital India, Week, yesterday and today. I want to start off by saying that, as a technologist, I'm like really excited about the future and what the future holds, right? And the single biggest excitement is around, this word called deep tech, right? And I think it's fair to say that today, all of us, we live in an era of deep tech. So we have to plant a flag and acknowledge that and realize, what the opportunity for us is. And just to set the context, if you look at the past 4 or 5 decades of technology and computing and the evolution, right, from mainframes to personal computing to client server to, the birth of the internet, mobile devices, and, big data and so on, right? So deep tech is a logical culmination of everything that's happened in the last couple of decades, right? And so what is deep tech? Just to quickly just recap, right? So deep tech is really about, building fundamentally new technologies, deeper technologies that are a step change, grounded in new science, new engineering, right? That are very revolutionary in terms of the impact they can have. And as we know, it's all about machine learning, NLP, computer vision, robotics, drones, quantum computing, nanotech, biotech, 3D printing, clean tech, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and the list goes on. And this is going to be a continuum, right? And if we look back a little bit, deep tech has been with us in our lives for a while. I mean, if it started in the, in the large internet companies, right? I mean, your drive on maps is curated by a machine today, right? The ability to speak to a device over human voice and have a conversation, isn't that amazing? And I don't know how many of you have seen the, the video of the Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket landing back on a drone ship on the Atlantic, right? So that is the magic of deep tech, right? So this era is so profound, and that arguably the rate of innovation this era will exceed the innovation that's happened in the history of mankind, including, going back to sort of the industrial revolutions. And it's impacting all of us, not only in our personal lives and how we do business, but it's starting to positively impact, larger societal issues, opportunities such as fighting pandemics, climate change, food shortages, literacy and alternative energy, right? So it's going to be very profound. And I'm very excited about the impact deep tech will have on, what we call Bharat. I think in the previous session, it was talked about, right? Which is basically rural India and semi-urban India, right? And the ability to bring computing and technology to 1 billion, and 300 million people, right? So I think that's going to be the real, impact of deep tech, and not just traditional things that we see in big cities, but things like agriculture, rural health, new innovations in ed tech, right, to increase literacy and new age job skills and so on, right? Just to give you a little bit more context, deep tech is expected to create new economic value globally this decade amounting to $100 trillion US, right? Now, try and think about that. And that is the equivalent of, 4 times the US economy today, right? And I still think that's a very conservative estimate, right? And a recent NASSCOM report said that the potential for AI and data, just AI and data, to add to India's economy just by 2025 will be $500 billion, right? And this is just the short term. Similarly, things like blockchain are expected to add 5 billion to our domestic economy just by next year, right? And these are just pieces of, family of deep tech technologies. If you see blockchain, it's 70% adopted. Just to give you some statistics, in fintech world, 70% of fintech world has adopted blockchain. We are seeing a 70% adoption rate of AR, VR in real estate and ed tech. IoT has seen an adoption of 60% in real estate, construction, logistics, and industrial applications, right? Another statistic, today 44% of our deep tech startups are deep tech startups, right? And specifically around AI, right? And then the other deep tech areas are also spreading really, really fast now. So with this, what is driving all this? I think as we have discussed over 2 years, this is the entire ecosystem coming together and collaborating around, large and small technology companies, India businesses, SMEs, being early adopters of a lot of this technology, our investment community, research and academia, because a lot of these fundamental technologies come from, from the lab. And of course, the government has played a very pivotal role in sort of bringing all of this together, right? But the most grassroots innovation here is being driven by our startup ecosystem. All the people on the stage, and then, thousands and thousands and maybe lakhs of entrepreneurs that have started leveraging deep tech. In fact, the number of deep tech startups have grown by 3.5 times in the last 5 years, right? And today, as of last year, we had over 2,000 pure deep tech startups in our country, right? And last year, about 30% of funding in the startup ecosystem went towards those deep tech startups. And all of this, again, is happening due to strong ecosystem, including incubation, funding, mentoring, a paid-forward attitude, market access, etc. At NASSCOM, for example, for the last 5 years, we've been running a very large deep tech community called Deep Tech Club, where we have almost 1,000 people, including a couple of hundred entrepreneurs, very highly curated, building around these technologies and solving some very hard problems, right? So moving forward, what do we need to do as an ecosystem? I think we need to continue to build on the deep tech opportunity. If you're a technology company, you need to embrace and increase the pace of innovation, right, in terms of your products and services. If you're a business, if you're a SME, you need to be very open to being an early adopter and experimenting, right, and having a real innovation culture. If you're an investor, you need to invest more patient capital, because this is about the long run. It's not about short-term impact, right? And then, research and academia has a very pivotal role to play by working with the industry and making sure some of these innovations come from the lab into products that can be used by, millions and billions of people, right? So a lot to be achieved, but I just want to conclude by saying that, the deep tech era is going to be so profound this decade. It's going to transform the human species. We are going to go from a bioorganism to an info-organism to many, many other things we cannot imagine. And the important thing is we have a true innovation movement that started in our country, and the future never looked brighter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful address of yours. And I now request you, sir, Mr. Atul Batra, sir, to kindly moderate the panel discussion. Take over, please. Thank you.
So with that, context, we'll jump into a panel. So I really want to welcome the panelists. We have Rohan Verma, CEO of Mahatma India. We have Varun Alag, founder Mama Earth. Hi, Varun. Then we have Sandeep Agarwal, founder CEO of Droom Technology. And we have Apremeya Radhakrishna, founder of CEO of Ku. Welcome, gentlemen. So I just want to start by talking about, in the backdrop of this Digital India Week, right? We want to focus on how far we have come in terms of building new technology and sort of growing the ecosystem together, and what we are calling deep tech. And let me start by asking all of you, what are the innovations that are most relevant in your radar that really excite you about the future? So maybe we'll start with Rohan.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for having me. We're a born native digital deep tech company. Having started digital mapping in '95 when there was no digital maps. And what really kind of excites us right now and what we've tried to showcase also, for example, we're at Digital India Week, and what we've tried to showcase is the metaverse around this. So this whole amazing venue, the hotel outside, the Vidhan Sabha, all of this in full 3D on a simple browser portal app is what India can show that, advanced three-dimensional maps, advanced metaverse is very much kind of indigenously built and as good, if not better, a technology than, what people outside call immersive view or other things. We have it already. And it's the other kind of exciting technologies in the deep tech space. We've invested in a startup around AR and ADAS, where, our navigation app, it gives you not just traffic congestion, but also speed camera and speed breaker alerts so that you can drive safely. And in this helmet kit that they have made for riders, our navigation gets piped to LEDs below your eye line as you're riding. So essentially, instead of having to look at a mobile phone or just get voice guidance, under your eye line, you have a heads-up display in your helmet which tells you when to turn left, when to turn right, when the turn is coming. And just today I was showing somebody in our maps, now we show traffic signals, the traffic lights as well. So there's so many interesting innovations that are happening, and not just from MapMyIndia, but in this space generally. I think like you said, Atul, deep tech is core to India's engineering mindset. I think we are good at solving very, very hard problems. I think the market is now willing to kind of pay potentially or be at a certain scale. We have evolved as an ecosystem where it becomes remunerative potentially, as well as the world market has opened up. So it's worthwhile being a deep tech company now.
Fantastic. And I assume you're using a slew of deep tech underneath.
Sorry?
You're using a slew of deep tech. It's not just AR, VR, there's...
Yeah, across the board, whether for mapping. So how we do mapping in real time is computer vision and AI. We are able to extract from video, what real-time objects are there, high-definition maps. I think this Maple Spin I talked about is a function of kind of digitally addressing crores of places. It's all ready to use. So it's inherent into how we build our products. We have to do this so that we can build it efficiently and profitably. And it's also inherent in the building blocks that we give to developers and customers. For example, we really see ourselves as a mini version of AWS, MapMyIndia or Mapple's Web Services, where we are giving low-code abilities for companies, coders, non-coders. The CoWIN portal of Government of India, 2 days before it had to go live, we got a call from the Prime Minister's office that there are 50,000 vaccine centers where people can go day after to start getting their vaccinations. But we have not mapped them. Can you map it? And not just that, can you put it on cowin.gov.in? And so in a few hours, we have a real-time rich mapping pipeline. We mapped it, geotagged it, and all the Digital India Corporation folks are here. They were working overnight. They had to type in one line of code to integrate this widget, which handled tens of crores of platforms. So really, I think this API thinking India is also very good at because it's a developer's market. And so distributing complex functionality, population scale functionality in easy to consume kind of APIs is also, yeah.
Fantastic. Varun, what gets you excited?
Hi. Thank you for having me on the panel. Actually, sitting with Rohan, I do feel a little out of depth here, right, in terms of how deep they've been using technology in their own business. Right? But, or हम लोग तो face wash shampoo बनाते हैं and we sell that, right? So, but it's actually far more amazing to see how, as an industry, we're seeing deep tech impacting us. Right? And in my mind, deep tech is not just about the soft side of technology, right? Because we talk a lot about the soft side of technology, and we have made leaps and bounds in terms of progress on that side. Last decade has been dedicated to it, be it UPI, be it how GST came in, and be it how we have been clearly increasing the data infrastructure and penetration in India. But the hard side of deep tech is actually even more exciting, which is what actually excites me a lot more. And to talk about some of them, I mean, sensors in manufacturing, right, and how they're changing the way manufacturing happens and automation of manufacturing is happening. Robotics are being used now extensively in improving manufacturing efficiencies, and is an area which is very, very exciting. And the beauty of deep tech is that while the technology might be built for one use case, because the technology is a platform, right, it quickly finds more use cases, right? For example, sensors have found use cases in, your cars. When you're driving, the sensors are collecting each and every part of that data, right? And that data will be sent to insurance companies to insure better, right? Will be sent to the car companies so that they can design the cars better according to the roads that we have, right? The sensors that we wear on our smartwatches and our phones, right, are improving our health infrastructure so much. All of that data will be collected and will be used for improving how we drive health. Similarly, other technologies which excite us when we're looking from our worldview, right? One, drones. Right? We've been talking about drones being the next big, delivery agents as we speak. And while that might happen for e-commerce, right, but imagine that infrastructure and that technology as a platform, right, will also empower a lot of other use cases. So I'm invested in a company which basically uses drones to deliver blood to hospitals, right? Because blood banks sometimes, especially for rare blood groups, right, are located at geographically scattered locations, and the need for blood is absolutely urgent, right? So they will take blood from one blood bank location and deliver it to the hospital that is needed, right? And of course they'll fly, so it will be cleaner, no traffic jams there, right? And things like that, right? I mean, some of these technologies will have very, very deep-reaching impacts, right? And which is why the hard side of technology and clean energy is again something which we are very, very passionate about, right? We are a very sustainability-driven company, and that also excites me a lot, right? So I think the hard side of deep tech, right, is very, very interesting and exciting, and the next decade would belong to the hard side of deep tech as well.
Fantastic, and that's a great example. I saw that about blood, on the drone, right? Yeah, that was transportation was very, very interesting. Pramya, I know social media has been leading the charge on a lot of the deep tech early on. What are your perspectives?
So I'll just, talk about Ku's perspective on what we are planning, right? So one of the use cases that we have is for actually journalists, actual journalists, or even people who, want to be a journalist, right? To be able to capture news and put it out to the public as quickly as possible, right? Now, a successful journalist or a news channel is the one that reduces the time from the time news happens to it reaching its users, right? So now, if you look at social media, it's already making it a lot more faster than it was a decade or two ago. But we're reimagining what it can be in terms of speed, right? So we actually are planning, just a creator frame, not even a glass. It's a frame where journalists can just wear the frame, and you can capture whatever is happening around you and directly post onto Ku, right? So it will become a matter of seconds before a particular news well-edited video comes to you from a ground scenario, right? So this is deep tech. This is hardware included into our life. This is, all of that, right? And people, in the end, people are getting lazier and lazier. To even post something, to take out your phone and type is going to become a chore, right? We're actually trying to imagine a way where you don't even have to do that, right? If you're thinking something, you're seeing something, can we capture it and put it onto your profile without you being too involved? So all of this will require deep tech, future technology, reimagining stuff the way nobody else has imagined before. A Facebook or a Twitter or anybody else might not have even thought of it. And we're not just thinking of it, but we're actually taking steps in that direction.
It's a very interesting 60 Minutes episode in the US where a kid from India has invented technology where you're thinking, I want to have pizza, and the machine orders it, right? So, Sandeep, I know you're an automobile marketplace in a way, but you're also a data science company, which is very interesting. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I always say that Droom is not an automobile company, but it's a technology company which happens to sell automobile. And same way, I would say Tesla is not an auto manufacturer. It's a technology company which happens to make automobile. But that is a prime, I would say that's a prime example of how the technologies have evolved. I can talk a lot about metaverse, NFT, and all those drones and keywords. But I think if you allow me, I would say the real thing which excites me, how far we have come in 1 decade in this country in terms of simplicity of technology, how quickly it can be adopted, and how it has created an ecosystem, and we are seeing it thriving. So allow me to say, I came back to this country from Silicon Valley in 2010 to start my first company, ShopClues, which was a 4th unicorn. And that time, I was surprised. Now we talk about UPI. Yesterday, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that by the time I repeat UPI, 2,000 transactions have happened. But when I started ShopClues, India had a 20% payment failure rate. And I remember in Silicon Valley, even 0.5% will not be acceptable that time, right? There was no company which could even provide the basic fulfillment capability, and now you have a delivery which went IPO 2 months back. And then you will have to almost reinvent the wheel for an e-commerce company. Now you have a plug-and-play technologies. Entry barrier to become an entrepreneur have come down to an extent where all you need is a very strong motivation, maybe a laptop, and just a lot of bandwidth to build a company. So I would say that technology is really, it's plug and play, right? It's easy to understand, it is easy to adopt, and it can make deep social and economic transformation. That is, I think, if you look at from the human being inventing the perfect wheel to now, that is how the technology evolution has happened. But just because in the spirit of what is our, this panel is all about, so just wanted to mention, for example, in Droom, we work on a lot of AI and ML and IoT related innovations. So for example, and those are the things, by the way, I think, just Atul, I would say, ability to collect data, store it, and harness it at a very low cost is on the center of this digital revolution. We are part of that, right? So how do we do some of that very quickly is, for example, at Droom, you can take a picture of a used car, and I can tell you fair market value of that car. I can tell you that this car was sold originally in Pune 4 years back, from which dealership. I can tell you what are the chances of selling this car and how much time it will take to sell, and what would be the repair estimates if you were to fix this car. All this was not possible without the deployment of heavy technology, right? So I think, I think if you look at category by category, I think in this country, we have high cost of capital, a very expensive real estate, almost for every category, unorganized market. And rules and regulations are still evolving for any category. So I would say, while I'm very big fan of all these cutting edge technologies, but very, very simple technologies in this country can, in my view, make a very big social transformation, and I'm most excited about that.
Fantastic. Well said. So Varun, we'll go back to you. Let me ask you, like we were talking about India's digital stack, pieces of it now being exported. What do you think is the big opportunity in the long term? Where can India lead the world and, sell more sort of deep tech for the world, which is very unique for India, building it in India? And where can startups, yeah.
No, I think, first of all, you lead where you're strong. Right? There are areas where we have clearly demonstrated strength. Right? The demonstration has been at scale when it comes to our payments ecosystem, which is UPI. Right? The demonstration has been at scale, which is on health delivery ecosystems, right, which has happened because of COVID. And some of these products which we have built clearly is one area where the respected ministers also already talked about that we are partnering and taking some of that global. I think that's one place where I clearly see us going global and going very quickly because these are scale tested products. The second place where I strongly believe we have opportunity to go global is that we used to be a very services driven IT economy and tech economy. In last 4 years, right, we've very quickly expedited to become a product-oriented economy as well. Earlier, we used to build and support products which were made in other developed markets. Now, I see a lot of products being made here, which are being made not just for India, but are being made for the world. And COVID, in a way, has helped in that domain as well, because earlier, one of the biggest challenges that we used to face was the sales part of those products, because you needed to have strong sales teams and compete with sales teams which were based in US or based in Europe, where the other global companies had advantages. With work from home and being able to pitch virtually, some of that really broke down, because of which now a lot of Indian SaaS companies are able to pitch directly to the US and European clients, and because of which they're becoming larger. And we have seen a lot of companies from Postman to Topline, etc., being able to do that very quickly, Whatfix and all. So I think that's the second space where I see us becoming a product ecosystem over the next decade. And the third space, given the population that we have, the health delivery ecosystem, the agri delivery ecosystem, the transport ecosystem, right, and the products that we make here, be it the government or private products, right, are going to be products which will be very apt for economies like Africa, economies like Latin America, right, which are also very similarly structured. Right? So I'm quite excited about how those products will then be exported to the rest of the world over the next decade.
Excellent. Rohan, from your perspective, related to your area, but where could India lead long term and be a provider of deep tech for the world?
Yeah, I think, UPI, shining example. ONDC, I think I'm very, very excited about ONDC in terms of democratizing commerce. And we're doing some nice integrations around mapping and location for ONDC. ULIP is another thing that government has talked about, the unified logistics integrated platform. This is under PM Gati Shakti. But also UPI makes payment transactions seamless. ULIP makes logistics transactions, the physical logistics transactions, cheaper, faster, better, safer. And I think there's a lot of interesting things that will start rolling out. Of course, health and so many others have been mentioned before. So really, it's a very interesting time between public and private partnerships. Good public population scale platforms tested at 130 crore kind of scale. But also, as Varun said, look, they're really, really great products, platforms, APIs, SaaS, PaaS kind of companies being built in India. which are in mapping space, solving for the complexity or diversity and challenges of, India 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think these are inherently, we should feel very confident about taking these to the global market in the time to come. I think the challenge that India has faced is we, for better or for worse, a lot of the core technology platforms from chips to OS to kind of search and all of that came from the West. And so we are so deeply embedded on that, having your own voice requires, some extra steps we have to take as a country. And I think it starts at home. And that's what kind of we're excited about, the government, but also, private companies, also consumers, feeling proud about kind of Indian products. Premier was giving me good insight yesterday that, that unfortunately or fortunately, a lot of Indians aspire towards products which are, promulgated or kind of, endorsed by the West. But I feel like, we should be a proud India. Now I think Ku is a shining example that, you should, as much as possible, try to evaluate and use Indian products and give them feedback. If you look at the Y Combinator kind of effect of Silicon Valley, how do those products become global? Because each founder or each company uses each other, gives feedback, and makes it world-class, and then the world kind of takes that. So I think in India, we have to take this pride in the ecosystem. I think we have phenomenal kind of, D2C companies, e-commerce companies, tech companies. I think we don't need to pay a foreign tax to foreign clouds. I'm sorry to kind of be blunt about it. I think the tax should stay in India. The value creation should stay in India, and that's what will help us go global.
Sure. Pramya, let me ask you, few years back, people used to ask, who's the Microsoft in India? It was Microsoft. Who's the Google of India? It was Google. Now, when you say, who's the Twitter of India, we have Ku, right? So, if you look at the crystal ball 5-10 years ahead, what does social media become? And what could Ku contribute towards that? I don't want you to reveal your roadmap, but your vision.
No. I'm happy to reveal my roadmap because Ku is not just built by us and our team, but the whole of India, right? So everybody should know our plans so that they can contribute in whichever way they can. So I think the world of social media is extremely centralized today. If you actually look at it, there are more nuclear powers and space powers in the world than social media powers. There are only 2 countries which have been able to get their own social media being used by other countries. That is US and China with TikTok. Yeah. Only 2 countries in the world who have actually been able to give social media platforms to other countries. With Ku being in Nigeria, we are the 3rd. Right? So, and what we are understanding is that this pain of being centralized is being felt by a lot of countries. We've got invitations from Middle East to have their own social media. We've got invitations from Southeast Asia to enable their own social media. So I think in 5 years, this whole decentralization will happen. What we want to do is actually enable this decentralization. Just like what we're doing in India, where we're saying we'll enable local language culture, right, as 1. 2, we will follow the local law of land. Because you have to respect, the way the country is governed offline, online as well, right? And this pain is felt by a lot of countries, right? So we will give that solution. We will go to Middle East and Indonesia and say 80% of the community guidelines that are being followed on Ku will be similar across the world. 20%, please customize to your country. What is freedom of speech? You guys define and make the community guidelines, right? So that gives a lot more power for the country itself to be digitally connected, but yet follow their own rules and not be bullied to follow, online rules which are, more global and not not aligned to the country, right? And third, we want to decentralize monetization as well. Today, a global tech basically goes to a user and says, give me your time and attention. On the other side, they go and tell a creator, give me your content. Taking both of these investments, they go to an advertiser and say, give me all your money, right? And they don't give back anything to the user or the creator. So that is a very centralized money-making engine. We want to decentralize that as well. We want to give users money for having given their time and attention. We want to enable creators to make money from their users directly. So all of this, 3 pillars we are going to execute, and I think this is the future of social media.
Fantastic. Sandeep, where do you think India can lead?
See, I think this is just a beginning of a very big revolution, as Honorable Prime Minister compared it to the 4th Industrial Revolution yesterday. If I had asked the audience 25 years back, do you think world's largest IT services company will originate from India? I think nobody would have agreed. And today we have TCS, Wipro, Infosys. So if that is a precursor to what can happen in India with this digital revolution, then in my view, India can lead almost in every part of our digital economy. Absolutely, I mean, going back to our legacy thesis of IT services and BPO, where we speak English, we are naturally maybe good in mathematics, little bit technology inclined. So all the industries where you can harness 1 billion people having these 3 things, which we take it for granted, obviously we will lead. But, in my view, I think I see the digital economy in 6C. I see it 6C. 1C is commerce, 1 is content, 1 is community, 1 is communication, 1 is computing, and 1 is currency. So UPI will be currency, community will be what Amrita is doing. And the way he articulated, who would have thought one of the social media platform will come from India. So I think we just need to make sure we create a world-class products which are interoperable, which are language agnostic, geography agnostic, currency agnostic, and these products are simply world-class. If we can produce Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella of the world, why can't we produce the best products which are homegrown? And if that is the case, in my view, India should dominate in next 1 decade almost in all aspects of digital economy, not just one particular area.
Well said, Sandeep. So we're almost out of time, panelists. So last question, and maybe a quick answer. I talked about the $100 trillion opportunity by 2030. And by the way, I think it's very conservative. It'll be bigger. How can India get the maximum slice? I mean, what additional support does the ecosystem need to help entrepreneurs with that will make us go faster towards this opportunity? Starting with you.
I think the 3 things that I would talk about there. One, the most important thing that we need to do is build talent in India to support deep tech. Currently, the lack of talent is about 8:1, which means that if there are 80 deep tech jobs, right, there is only till 10 really skilled deep tech capable folks available to do those jobs. Right? And we need to make sure that that gap gets fulfilled by focusing on the right university inputs. Right? The government has already created a lot of funds like SIDBI and NII, which are driving certain investments in startups. I think a certain portion of that should be specifically carved out to be invested in deep tech startups because of the kind of future that it holds. And thirdly, I would say the IP and patenting laws in India need to become far better in terms of their exercise and security that they provide. Because one of the reasons why our R&D investment is only 0.6% of GDP, which is amongst the lowest in large economies, right, is because there is a lot of fear, right, around investing and then that technology or what you have created getting copied very quickly. Right? So a stronger IP and patent law ecosystem will ensure that that fear goes away and R&D investments go up.
Perfect. Rohan?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, as entrepreneurs, we need to, or technologists, we need to stay highly committed towards innovating on the deep tech and building for customers so that they are willing to pay you. I think we as an ecosystem or we as the industry have our part to play. It's not going to come on a platter. We have to work extra hard because, like you said, it's $100 trillion opportunity. Obviously, everybody else is also going after the same thing, and they're at a larger base. For us to kind of leapfrog, we have to work very, very hard. But I think it's a pretty inspiring, motivating goal towards which we can work. I think on the government side, what support can be done is a very good example was the drone sector. So a month and a half ago, we participated in the Bharat Drone Mahotsav in Pragati Maidan. Prime Minister himself inaugurated it. The entire cabinet, entire tri-services were there in full show. And what the Prime Minister basically said, and Ministry of Civil Aviation has done, is they've banned foreign drones. And he, at the same time, said to the government that, look, you all must use drones for N number of use cases. There's N number of use cases for drones. And so what was a fledgling, almost criminalized industry 2-3 years ago, I mean, it was looking like Auto Expo, with all Indian companies showcasing extraordinary kind of drones, and like you had kids and family members, as well as the government officers kind of seeing the technology. This tells you that this drone industry will explode in the next 1-2 years, and there's a huge opportunity. I think like this key kind of strategic industries, if the government takes a strong stand, I think the startup ecosystem is strong enough to meet the needs of the country, and that scale of kind of having 20 crore or 30 crore or 50 crore kind of users, lots of customers, will enable us to export, which finally will lead to much more value creation for India.
Fantastic. Now, Premier, one thing that additional support that will help KOO become the world dominating social media service that you dream.
So I have a list of things that I've already spoken to the ministers about. But yeah, so, you know, if you know, India uses KOO as a primary social media network, and I'm not just requesting India to do it, I'm saying we're building things that, you know, other social media never had. Like in this room full of people who speak English on the internet, we're all English citizens of the internet, right? Have we ever spoken in local language and expanded our horizon of reach? I speak in Hindi and Kannada on KOO. I had never spoken Hindi and Kannada on the internet ever before, right? And that is helping me reach out to more people who might be interested in startups, entrepreneurship, etc., right? So I think there's quite a bit that we are doing in terms of you know, just reimagining social media for the country, and it's changed a lot from my first startup, Taxi for Sure, where, you know, I used to spend a lot of time just explaining things in government offices or police stations as to what we were doing and not being, and almost being treated like a criminal for doing it, to now where, you know, I've met Mr. Rajeev Chandrasekhar thrice in the last 3 weeks in the same room, right? It's a sea of change, and it's inspiring me to dream bigger, to think that we can beat the best in the world. And what the government can do is simply make, you know, this is a product market fit, right? They've done this with one company or a few companies already. Now it's time to expand. Can we get 1 million entrepreneurs to dream bigger, to, you know, go and even think that they can beat the best in the world? I think that is the seed that will really take us to the 100 trillion.
Thank you. Very inspiring. Sandeep?
You know, I would only say that I think this country has a beautiful ecosystem ready. I think whatever happening in India is no less than an industrial revolution in Europe in 1750, finding of gold rush in California in 1850, or rise of Japan after World War II, or rise of China as becoming as a global manufacturing hub. So current digital revolution in India, in my view, is no less than that. And if US and China are precursor to what can happen in India, you know, US has created $15 trillion in new wealth, and there were three things common. It was created by someone who was not born with a silver spoon in mouth, came from a typical middle-class family background, and tried his or her luck as an entrepreneur. And if you look at China, they have created $3 trillion in new wealth and deep social transformation from digital economy. So I think one single thing what is needed in this country, in my view, to take this $1 trillion or a few $1 trillion dream in next 1 decade is more people's readiness to pursue entrepreneurship as a career, right? I think we have come a long way. If you just, if I can take 20 seconds more, I think Honorable Minister mentioned that on Shadi.com, startup is a very popular word nowadays. When I started Shop Clues 11 years back, half of the people I could tell in their eyes were ready to join, but they had so much of peer pressure that they wanted to join Tata Motors, Axis Bank, no offense to those companies, but never wanted to join startup, right? So I think the single biggest thing this country need, and especially this state of Gujrat, is full of entrepreneur, right? What they need, I think what they need is really don't be a spectator, be a player, because this golden era of digital revolution will not come. And as they say, time and tide wait for none. So I think that's the single biggest thing which can transform.
Well said, Sandeep. And I'm sure the four of you inspire the next wave of entrepreneurs to follow in your footsteps. With that, I think we're end of time. I really want to thank my fellow panelists for their brilliant insights. And I want to thank the audience for being very patient. And with that, thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, all the panelists and the esteemed speaker. It is indeed a wonderful and insightful session. And now we wish to present the memento, and for that, foremost I request Dr. A.K. Garg, Senior Director, MeitY, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Atul Batrasa. Thank you. I request Dr. A.K. Garg to kindly present memento to Sandeep Agarwal, please. I now request Shri Nalin Srivastava, the Joint Director, MeitY, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Rohan Verma, please. I request Mr. Nalinji to kindly present memento to Mr. Varun Alag. Thank you. And I now request Mr. Devesh Tyagi, Director STPI, Senior Director STPI, to kindly present the memento to Aprame Radhakrishnan from CU. I request all the panelists and the speaker to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists and speaker over here? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now break over here for 45 minutes and we'll be back over here post-lunch for session 3. I request everyone to kindly proceed towards the food court area on the ground floor for the lunch. May you enjoy it in time and come back over here in time for the next session to start. Thank you so much. It is on the right-hand side of the stage. I request everyone to kindly proceed towards the doors on the right-hand side of the dais. Thank you. Thank you so much.
वो 17 नंबर में हेलो चेक 1 2 हेलो चेक मॉनिटर थोड़ा दो कम पड़ा है हेलो चेक चेक हेलो चेक हाँ ठीक है वो 17 नंबर दे सातवां हाँ अच्छा तो वो 17 ले लूँ ना वापिस सत्रह नंबर ऑफ कर देता हूँ
Check 1 2 2.
Welcome back. We request everyone to kindly settle down. And if your friends and colleagues are out, you can just give a trin to them and ask them to take up their seats, please, because we have two wonderful interactive sessions and also a valedictory session in which the beneficiaries have to be awarded with the benefits. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is good to see you after the delicious lunch back here in this auditorium for the wonderful session. The session 3 is on talent and opportunities, expanding technology sector in Tier 2 and 3. Our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development for all of our citizens can happen with the infusion of the technological solutions. We will hear from Mr. Anil about the very unique initiative that TCS has created in Nashik to promote innovation. Followed by that, we will hear about the impactful fintech, e-commerce, and technological innovations that are enhancing the quality of life in Tier 2 and 3 cities and towns across India. Before we start the session, I request you again to put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. आप सभी से नम्र निवेदन है कि आप अपना मोबाइल फोन साइलेंट मोड या वाइब्रेटिंग मोड पर रख दीजिएगा. Thank you. On the dais, I would like to welcome Mr. Arvind Kumar, DG STPI, Mr. Parminder Singh Kakaria, Wipro, Mr. Sauvik Sen Gupta, Infra.Market, Mr. Dhruba Jyoti Deka, Brahmaputra Fable, Mr. Harshal Mathur, Razorpay, Mr. Vipul Patel, Partner, Seed Investing, CIIE, and the August speaker, Mr. Anil Sharma from TCS. We request all the gentlemen to kindly step on the dais, please. Thank you. Foremost, I request Mr. Pavitra Agrawal, STPI HQ, to kindly welcome Mr. Arvind Kumar with a floral bouquet. Thank you so much. I now request Mr. Sanjay Kumar, STPI Noida, to kindly present the bouquet to Mr. Anil Sharma from TCS. Will now request Mr. Suresh Batha, STPI Hyderabad, to kindly present the bouquet to Mr. Vipul Patel. Thank you. Will now request Mr. Mahesh Nair, STPI Trivandrum, to kindly welcome Mr. Harshal Mathur from Razorpay. Thank you. Will now request Mr. Neeraj Kumar, STPI Gurgaon, to kindly welcome Mr. Dhruba Jyoti Deka from Brahmaputra Fable. Thank you. I now request Ms. Sonal Bhatwadekar, STPI Gandhinagar, to kindly welcome Mr. Sauvik Sen Gupta. Thank you. I now request Mr. Muruganathan, STPI Chennai, to kindly welcome Mr. Parminder Singh Kakaria. Thank you. Post-lunch, let's warm up by giving a big round of applause to all the dignitaries in the dais. And now I request Mr. Anil Sharma from TCS to kindly give the keynote address on talent and opportunities, expanding technology sector in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. I hope all of you feeling nice after the good lunch we had and are very attentive. Right, so maybe let me get started. I think the topic which was given to me was talent and opportunities, expanding the technology sector in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So I just want to recap, I think, much of what has been said yesterday, today, on why this is happening, what are the mega trends. See, digitization has really accelerated, although this was happening from last couple of years, but this has really accelerated with COVID-19 pandemic and has proved as a turning point for global as well as Indian industry as well. And these initiatives, especially the initiatives in finance, health, ITIS, have now started fueling almost 80% of country's economy. Combined with that, we are also one of the fastest growing digital economies in the world. And for that very reason, the Tier 2, Tier 3 city would be our next bets to build up the capacity in. And already, especially when I talk about the IT industries, Chandigarh, Indore, Vadodara, Kochi, Coimbatore, Trivandrum have become significant employment hubs. We ourselves have been also operating from cities like Nagpur, Indore, Trivandrum, Ahmedabad, Lucknow. Now, what is driving aspirations, right, in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities is the infrastructure. I think a lot of this infrastructure development comes from a lot of government initiatives, a lot of state government initiatives, especially initiatives such as Digital India, Startup India campaigns, Dhanjon Yojana, Aadhaar, UPI, and there is a combinatorial effect of all of this to create economies and skills in these cities. Just to give an example of what the state government are doing, Beyond Bangalore is an initiative by Government of Karnataka to promote emerging technology cluster hubs in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And I think upcoming DMSI, right, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor would further increase connectivity to some of the tier 2 cities. Now, all this has, what this has changed is, one, improved quality of life in tier 2 cities. So there's a rising middle class. There's a shift in consumption patterns in these cities. And that argues well for these part of the population to be part of the next set of economy. There is growing talent availability, but the need for rapid scaling is very much required. I think also the pandemic experience, especially for the tech companies, IT sector, taught us that the hybrid work model is going to stay, here to stay. And in fact, we found during this hard time, people felt nicer to work closer to their families, and overall productivity in many cases was much higher than while they were working from office. So I think we ourselves have talked about 25 by 25 vision, where only 25% of people would work from offices, rest from wherever they can work from. But I think this encourages a different kind of trend, which is, could we create hub and spoke models? So while we are going to tier 2 cities, could we also create spokes in even tier 3 cities around these tier 2 cities? There's an idea worth exploring that could bring in talent and talent fungibility, what we call as a talent cloud, right, irrespective of where the location is. Gig economy is another trend where you could have contract employees, short-term retainers, virtually anywhere in the country. I think that's again started to happen. And then more importantly, the connectivity has only increased. With the upcoming 5G rollout and a data center policy, this will make it very compelling proposition for us to try creating capacity in tier 2, tier cities. Now, what is the challenges worth solving here? One is typically higher end tech skills, internship opportunities in academia. The industry institute skill gap is a problem. Entrepreneurship skill, while this is intuitively there in the population, the ability to define right set of problems, communicate them very well, scale them, market them, I think this is a skill which needs to be brought in to these communities in tier 2, tier 3 cities. The level of confidence and the nature of ecosystems needs to be developed. Now, I think from a talent perspective, I feel there is a need to democratize where you get talent from. See, we in TCS at the steering of institutes, right? We go tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. But last couple of years, we have now a national exam, right? So anybody, anywhere in the country could write an exam and they would be taken at par, right, on a digital profile, irrespective of what college they come from. One initiative, given the time, I just want to talk about one initiative which we have been involved as corporate. What we have created is a sandbox in city of Nasik. The whole idea, I think my morning I spoke about it, although this started from our intervention in Nasik Kumbh Mela, but that momentum created a very strong sandbox in city of Nasik. So essentially, if you want to solve any problem related to agri, health, education, we have those ecosystems in city of Nasik. Not only that, we were able to bring the local administration, local industries, NGO partners all together in a common platform. And that initiative, the last 5-6 years of that initiative have gone very well. We have 14 startups which have scaled out very well from city of Nasik, and not only scaled beyond Nasik but to whole of country, and some of those are not getting funded internationally also. So I think one area for both corporates and larger startups is to focus on building city sandboxes. This is something which we have done. The Deshpande Foundation has done this in Hon'ble. So we have started to see such sandboxes emerging in many part of the city, many part of the country. Another area is skill development. I'm sure we can use a lot of philanthropic CSR funding to do mission mode programs. We ourselves are doing many such initiatives, whether this is creating digital rural entrepreneurs or training teachers at scale on computational thinking, or creating digital intervention in tier 2 cities, say in area of water accounting. So I think, so this is essentially summary, scale up skill development through corporate CSR mission mode programs, fostering entrepreneurship ecosystem. This is something which can be taken up as a corporate supported sandboxes in these cities. And I think augment the industry academia collaboration in these tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think that will go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful address. We appreciate it. I now move towards Mr. Vipul Patel, Partner, Seed Investing, CIIE, and request him to take up the panel discussion. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Vipul. I am a partner at CIIE. We are a innovation continuum based out of IIM Ahmedabad. Today we have a esteemed panel members for this session, including 2 unicorn founders. I'll start this session with just giving a quick introduction about individuals. So today for the panel, we have Mr. Arvind Kumar from STPI. We have a Parminder Singh from Wipro. We have Harshil Mathur from Razorpay. We have a Dhruba from Brahmaputra Fable, Sauvik from Infra Market, and Anil Sharma from TCS. I'll start the session. I'll first go to the Harshil. Today morning, a lot of panelists as well as minister himself and even founder of Mama Earth, right? She basically talk about how we can create basically a lot more startup story from the Bharat market. Razorpay is a great example. Started their story from Jaipur and now they are a unicorn. So Harshil, can you little bit talk about your story, why you started from Jaipur, and also some of the learning you got starting from smaller city and now you are building this large company altogether.
Sure. Thank you first of all for asking the question and for inviting me to this panel. I think for us, for me and Shashank, we graduated out of college and we were both working in multinational companies. Shashank was working in USA, I was working in Middle East. And while we were doing our jobs, we always had this urge to build something from India. So we used to keep spending our evenings thinking about what can we build for India. And then we stumbled to the problem of payments. And we felt that this was a large enough problem that we can solve for, especially for startups and SMEs. And once we started building towards it, we realized that the problem is pretty deep, that we could build a business in it. And we left our jobs and we started building it right from scratch. And given my hometown was Jaipur, that was the right place to start with. And the reason is that for most bootstrap startups like us, when we start the journey in the early days, you want to save on resources, you want to save on cost, you want to save on capital, you want to save the amount of spending that happens in large metros. And that's why Jaipur was the right place for us to start, because I could literally live out of my parents' home, we could build out of there, the infrastructure costs were really cheap, we could get people to work for much lower cost than a metro. And I think that played a very crucial role in the early journey of Razorpay, from building the product to getting the early product market fit, to getting the first customers, to getting the first bank partners. All of that happened in Jaipur. And then that set the base for us. And some of the infrastructure, of course, at times is a little, at least this is 8 years back, was a little lacking in the sense that you don't have as buzzing of an ecosystem that a lot of large metros had. But I think that was also taken care of by the fact that whatever ecosystem was there was very much more close-knit than a large metro. I remember we used to work out of Startup Oasis, which was a co-working center set up by CII only and with Government of Rajasthan. And the energy in that area was very high because while there were only 50, 60 startups, they were all very close-knit and they used to help each other, support each other, try each other's products. I think I go back to the Y Combinator model, right? We were part of Y Combinator and we saw that model very closely where they take up 100 companies in every batch and each of these companies buys each of those products, and that's how they get the first proof point. I think those kind of synergies is much easier to establish in a tier 2 city like Jaipur versus in a large metro where there are thousands of startups and so many co-working spaces and so on and so forth. So I think that journey played a very crucial role for setting up the launchpad for Razorpay. And from that, we got our first customers, our first investors, and everything else out of it.
Very interesting. So now I'll go to Parminder Singh from Wipro. Sir, you represent the large corporate. Can you also talk about your views on tier 2 cities, especially, and in the context of the talent, human resource, and also like your observation or might be your perspective, how things are changing in last couple of years?
Sure, thank you. I think first of all, if you can look at why are we having this discussion about tier 2 and tier 3 towns and startups, and I can share from our experience, what we've been observing is, I think first, the sheer opportunity. A large majority of the population resides in tier 2, tier 3 towns. They have problems, and those problems need solutions. So I think that's the sheer opportunity that tier 2 and tier 3 cities provide. The second, I think, is huge contribution to economy that startups have created. Over the past several years, startups, so there are some numbers, startups have actually added about 7 lakh jobs. And these are mostly concentrated around tier 1 cities. Now, if you can make this, if you can take this to tier 2 and tier 3 towns, where we actually are in need of jobs, the youth are in need of jobs, I think it can be a great opportunity for tier 2 and tier 3. And I think third is the focused support from the government. If you look at out of 36 states, 30 states, they actually now have a policy on startups. Out of all the states, we have at least one DPIIT registered or recognized startup in each of the 36 states and union territories and 623 districts. Each of the districts have at least one DPIIT recognized startup. I think that that level of focus and scale is just phenomenal. We also now have accelerators in several states wherein the universities, the private sector, the startups, they can come together and look at both supply and demand scenarios. So I think it's phenomenal. I think the second thing is what will require for the startups to flourish in tier 2 and tier 3 towns. I think the big word starts with T, and it's not technology, but it's talent. What's happened in the last 2.5, 3 years is for the first time in the history, there's a reverse migration that has happened, and in a way pandemic has fueled, and in a way technology has fueled it, wherein experienced people who have 5, 8, 10, 15 years, 20 years work experience, they are looking at moving to their native places. They are looking at moving to tier 2, tier 3 towns, where there is better work-life balance, there's lower cost of living. So that's one, which is now talent is available in tier 2, tier 3 towns. I think the second thing that has happened is, as ITITS companies, we earlier used to have collaboration with 400, 500, 1,000 engineering colleges, used to go on day 0 and say, we're going to hire on the day 0 or day 1. What has happened over the last 3-4 years is we've democratized hiring. So there is an online, there is a virtual mode of hiring wherein anybody, irrespective of wherever he or she has got educated from, if he or she has skills, there is an equal opportunity to pursue a career of their choice through virtual hiring platforms. I think the third is infrastructure development. The way real estate has come up in tier 2, tier 3 towns, the way computing infrastructure, the way connectivity infrastructure has come up is just
is just phenomenal, I would say in the last half a decade. I think the way forward for the startups to develop in tier 2 and tier 3 towns is, we've got two amazing schemes of Government of India, which is the SEZ scheme and the STPI scheme, but which was more suited towards IT/ITS exports. How can we have a greater role of the future? So right now the government is looking at revamping the SEZ law. Also, STPIs, they can play a huge role in terms of development of startups. So how can the new SEZ law enable aggregation of demand and supply? I wouldn't say SEZs in tier 1, but I would say satellite SEZ like policy in tier 2, tier 3 towns. Second, I think, is we do not recognize hybrid working model, wherein some percentage of population is working from office and some percentage of population is working remotely. I think in the Indian legal system, if we can recognize that, that will go a long way. And the third is future skills. How can we have democratization of skills itself? I think that will go a long way in enabling flourishing startup ecosystem in tier 2 and tier 3 towns. Thank you.
Thanks. Now I have a question for Arvind Kumar. Sir, MIT, along with STPI, is implementing a scheme or initiative is called NGIS, and especially that's focusing more on democratizing the whole software or product market, right? And especially more focusing on tier 2 and tier 3 city. Can you talk about little bit about like that scheme and how you see that scheme can make or create an ecosystem for entrepreneurs who are planning to build IT or deep tech startups from that geography? I think mic is not working.
Sorry. So this NGIS called Next Generation Incubation Scheme. It is already 12 locations, which is tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And if you see the new trend, 66% new incubation space is available in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And I think this startup ecosystem is a system which is providing equal opportunity. There is no divide between urban or rural or tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, or gender-wise, whatever way you think. Startup ecosystem is providing equal opportunity, and there is if we run some schemes we call Chunauti for participation in startup ecosystem, and we always get almost same proportionate applications from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. And even today, if you see, DPIIT website says that 50% of the startup registered, which is from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So I mean, as far as the startup ecosystem is concerned, there is no differentiation between tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And there is equal opportunity. In fact, you have some advantages, like you get some low-cost space, you get some low-cost, maybe skilled people also. But still, I find there is a challenge when it comes to tier 2, tier 3 cities. Skilled manpower is not available. Sometimes, in fact, it is costly because of the demand and supply. You don't have the, so suppose you get good chartered accountant, maybe in metro cities, maybe in Delhi, Noida, you may get at more cheaper rate compared to tier 2, tier 3 cities. Just because of this reason that there are very few chartered accountant available in that very city. You may be having plenty of chartered accountant maybe in Noida and in Bangalore. So this challenge, so therefore, if we can provide skill set or we can do some skilling for the tier 2, tier 3 cities, I think that could be the destination, that could be the destination for a startup ecosystem in this country.
Thank you, sir. In fact, as sir has touched upon, like the number of starters coming from all tier 2, tier 3 segment, if you look at the facts, I think all recognized startups by DIPP, they spread across or more than 640 districts in India. So essentially, which means that it's we have basically some of the concentrated like tier 1 city, but at the same time now startups are coming across the country. Souvik, you basically represent very different market, or you can say different sector. It's a very tough sector, especially the traditional sector like chemical and the cement industry altogether, right? So just want to know your journey and how you got a benefit out of the whole digital era and all the platform has been created by the government.
So I think we started this journey in 2016. Me and my co-founder Aditya set this up, and our focus at that time was to enter the construction sector. And we were primarily focused on manufacturers who were working for construction companies or building products around construction. And from 2016 to 2022, we have today present across 22 states. So, and we've digitized more than 200 manufacturing units, SME and MSME manufacturing units, who were earlier manufacturing for a small area or customer base around them. We have digitized them to supply not only across India, but we've enabled them through technological offerings, through our support and the infrastructure we've built around them to actually go global. Today, more than 25% of our revenues come from global product sales, and we enable companies from India, MSMEs from India, to export their products globally. We started in the construction space, but we've gone beyond that now. Like you mentioned, we're in the chemical space also, where we've eventually taken this and we intend to go beyond this and beyond these product offerings and go horizontal, where we can help most manufacturers in India to use their full capacity and actually cater to the world. With respect to digital schemes, I think most of the push that came. So I think the push that came through UPI, the push that came through NPCI, the push that has come in accepting digital payments has helped us digitize not only the manufacturers, but also the consumers in retail, the direct consumers who buy from these manufacturers. They have more acceptable to digital modes of doing transaction. More importantly, what we've seen is when at a universal level, when the Prime Minister or the government of the day are speaking about digital economy, are stressing on the importance of going digital. When we as a young startup go to manufacturers and explain them the importance of going digital, irrespective of whether we are relying on government infrastructure, that trust factor gets built up. So when we want to go to a small manufacturer and tell them, I want you to go digital, they recognize that what we are speaking is part of what the entire administration is also talking to them about. So they realize the importance. I think that importance and trust building around digital infrastructure has really helped us with the way the government has spoken about it and the way we've taken it to manufacturers and the way we've taken it to our consumers. Even from consumer level, for them to buy from us, they have to have a trust factor from digital modes of transactions, which has come from the overall ecosystem speaking about it and speaking on the importance of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Souvik. Dhruva, you basically represent Northeast, and especially you are building a social enterprise out of that geography, more focusing on the tradition and the culture value of the Northeast. Again, my question is more about like little bit, if you can talk about your story and also how you got benefit out of the whole digital era and all the platforms has been created, and do you see like because of those platforms your journey has been accelerated?
Yeah. Yes, sure, sir. Thank you. So when we started in 2018, I was pursuing a master's in Pondicherry. Then I came back to Assam, and I belong to the Bell Metal Craft village of Assam, which is Sarthewari. So I have seen like most of my friends with whom I used to go to high school were now bell metal artisans, and their conditions have not improved. So that's how I thought like connecting them to the global market, because at that time the other big platform like Amazon Karigar, Flipkart Summit were not in place, or they were not artisan friendly. So with the help of government, we onboarded around 30 artisans selling 100 products, And currently at Brahmaputra Pebbles, we are working with more than 3,100 artisans across Northeast India, across these 7 sisters and 1 brother, which is Sikkim. So we are working with the 8 northeastern states. We are giving the artisans the like product design. We are helping them with packaging. We are also giving them the logistic facility with delivery from the remote places of Northeast India. And we are catering those artisans' product across India. Like our most products get sold in Delhi, in Hyderabad, in Bangalore. Tier 1 cities, our markets are, our customers are. And we also export most of our product around like last year we started exporting, and we have now 10% of our revenues are coming from export to some B2B stores, to some sustainable fashion store in Paris, in Australia, in Canada. So this is how how Digital India helped us. First thing is yesterday the video showed Jan Dhan Yojana. So because Jan Dhan Yojana came, artisans could open bank account, and because of those bank account only, we could now transfer the money digitally to the artisans sitting in Nagaland, sitting in Manipur, sitting in Tripura, because we work from Guwahati. And again, the digital, like how Reliance Jio came, like we built our own website in Reliance Jio, because at that time 4G came to Northeast India. So now only Jio Fiber has come. So that's how the digitalization, the UPI, the payment gateway I am using from Harshil Mathur sir. So we are using the Razor Pay. So with the Razor Pay, we use QR codes to collect payments from our some offline clients also. So digitization helped us and Northeast India in many, many ways. And we are like looking forward to even to create homegrown blockchain technology, where if you purchase a product from Nagaland, you will get to know the story of the artisans, who made the artisans, how much money the artisan is making, because you bought a product through Brahmaputra Fables. So this is how we are planning to go ahead. So thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dhruva. My next question is for all panelists. In the morning, we have talked about ONDC. Minister also mentioned that ONDC has a potential to become like a UPI for the commerce, right? So just want to get, again, your views, perspective on the ONDC, and as an organization you are representing, how you want to basically going to be participating or collaborating the whole effort government is trying to put. Anil, we can start with you. Okay, I'll start with then Harshit.
Sure. See, I think we have seen the journey of UPI and the success story that UPI is. And the reason UPI has worked and scaled is the government and the policymakers created the base infrastructure on which they brought everyone on the same platform. And then private bodies created use cases on top of it. And I think that combination worked really well in private bodies delivering the last mile and the public infrastructure bringing everyone on the same table. And the way it has changed the financial ecosystem, and we are one of the companies that have built on top of it to enable businesses to go digital. We've seen it has really changed the way businesses transact end to end, and similarly the way consumers use digital payments and everything else. I think that's the same promise that ONDC holds. The idea is to bring everyone on the same platform and make it interoperable. So even if I go out and in a UPI world, even if I, as Razor Pay, is giving a QR code to customers, the customers can, at the end of the day, transact through any other app on the UPI platform. I think the ONDC does the same thing, where if, let's say, somebody onboards the artisans on a single platform, and they can sell across all the major marketplaces, the direct stores, the direct online channels, everything else under one single channel. And they don't have to go and list their products in every different store and every different website and everything else themselves, and which makes it a far more scalable platform. So I think this is one area that I personally am very excited about, that if this scales up, the way it can change the commerce category, the digital commerce that happens in India so massively. And more importantly, it can change the life of the small SME or MSME who's sitting in different tier 2, tier 3 cities. And from them being able to sell from those cities to markets in tier 1, to markets across India, and at some stage even markets globally from one single platform, I think that's going to really change the way commerce happens in this country. So, I mean, we, from Razor Pay perspective, will be very excited to figure out how can we play a role in enabling payments on that. But I think the opportunities are far more and far more dense.
Thank you. Souvik?
So I think ONDC will do to e-commerce what I think UPI did to fintechs, right? Because once the basic infrastructure is built, it's much more easier to build last mile solutions. It also makes it a very competitive process. Especially in e-commerce, what happens is that when you're competing with the large players, they do have a undue advantage or a first mover advantage, right? And it's very difficult for you to build that sort of infrastructure at that speed and that scalability. And I think ONDC will level the playing field there, where it will sort of give us a basic infrastructure, and we can then build that last mile delivery, that customer experience on top of it. More importantly, when we were interacting with the Honorable Minister today morning, they also discussed about building the entire MSME stack. I think while we have done a lot for the B2C consumer or the absolute consumer, we haven't done so much for the MSME operating out of it. We've digitized them yet. While they can collect payments, their entire operations are still very much pen and paper. And I think once these two activities get together, the MSME stack gets built where they are allowed to use a mini ERP, which the government gives them, and they are allowed to sort of digitize their processes. And when you think of an ONDC on top of it and a UPI enabled with it, it actually will unleash the power that Indian MSMEs today are sitting on and make them compete at a global level. This is what I think of.
Thank you, Souvik. Parminder Singh?
I think the government, if you look at tier 2, tier 3 towns, the government has put in a lot of thinking behind ONDC as to how both supply and demand in tier 2, tier 3 towns can be enabled. A lot of it is right now under the testing phase. Before the commercial rollouts happen, a lot of use cases are being developed. I think there's a lot of activity happening in the ONDC space, especially when it comes to both the suppliers aggregation and the demand aggregation. I think, yeah.
I think now we have another 2 minutes, sir. Yeah.
I think to make any project successful, it has to be scalable. And interoperability and vendor unlocking. These are two key to make any project scalable, right? There are examples. You know, CDMA network came, so this was vendor locked. You have to put the same on the same mobile phone. You can't change it. It went away. Then it comes to wallet. So once the wallet, we are starting the wallet. So, you know, everybody says should be interoperable. When some people become the incumbent, they say it should not be interoperable. All right. So once you are in that train, you don't want anybody to now go to that train. So this is what happens. So if the day one some system is interoperable, it is scalable, and it has to be successful. So like wallet, so UPI was the scalable from day one. You can transfer from any bank to any bank. It has taken over the wallet system in this country, which was semi-closed or whatever. So interoperability and vendor unlocking of the ONDC is the key for success. It will definitely be scalable and it will be a successful project. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take a last question. I think I go to Harshil. Harshil, you now also started investing in early stage startup. You also had, you can also basically have your own investment thesis. How you look at whole Bharat market? What kind of opportunity you see might come from Bharat as a segment or as a market?
Yeah, I think in the last 2-3 years, especially during the pandemic, one thing that has changed is the whole digital infrastructure, the way it has come up, has really created opportunities in every market across the country. I remember when we started in Jaipur and we started scaling up, at a certain point we had to move our R&D center to Bangalore because you couldn't get that much talent. But more importantly, when we had to go and meet customers, when we had to go and meet investors, when we had to go and meet partners, we had to constantly travel back and forth. I think what has happened in the last 2 years is we've all learned how to do all of these things digitally. You don't need to be physically present in every city that you're operating in. You don't need to physically meet your investors. You don't need to physically meet your customers. And I think that has led to a really rapid boom of startups happening in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And today, when I personally invest in a lot of startups, a majority of them are now coming from tier 2, tier 3 centers because the cost, as somebody spoke, the cost factor is far lower. The talent is far more sticky. And more importantly, like the ambitions are very different. They are building right in the heart of Bharat, for Bharat. And the kind of opportunities that they are able to unlock by sitting in those geographies is far more than people, is far more than startups in Bangalore or Mumbai can envisage, because they don't see those problems that a typical person in Bharat sees. And because of that, at least my belief is that the next wave of unicorns or large companies will come from tier 2, tier 3 cities, because the bottlenecks that stopped that have gone away because of this transition. But the problems that these markets have are far more deeper and far more broader. And we'll see a lot of mega scale companies being built from Bharat for Bharat.
Okay, I think it's already at 3:30. Thanks everyone for your time. Thanks all panel member for your wonderful insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you all the panelists and the speakers for their sharing of experience and insights. We now wish to present the mementos to the august panelists and speakers. Would foremost request Mr. Pavitra Agarwal, STPI headquarters, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Arvind Kumar. Thank you, sir. We'll now request Mr. Sanjay Kumar, STPI Noida, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Anil Sharma from TCS. Thank you. I now request Mr. Suresh Bhatta, STPI Hyderabad, to kindly present memento to Mr. Vipul Patel. Thank you. I now call upon Mr. Mahesh Nair, STPI Trivandrum, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Harshal Mathur. Thank you. I now call upon Mr. Neeraj Kumar, STPI Gurgaon, to kindly present memento to Mr. Dhruba Jyoti Deka. Thank you. I now request Mr. Sonal Bhatwadikar, STPI Gandhinagar, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Sawik Sen Gupta. Thank you. I now request Mr. Muruganand, STPI Chennai, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Parminder Singh Kakaria. Thank you so much. I request all the panelists and speakers to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was indeed a pleasure to have you all over here. And with this, we come to the end of the session 3 and now move towards the session 4, which is on corporate collaboration and recognition. In this corporate session, we will first see some of the innovative programs that have been launched by MITI. A short video will highlight how Ministry is engaging with the corporate to support startups. Then the corporates of today with startups in the past. Their industry leaders of today play an important role in helping the startups of today become industries of tomorrow. So we will hear from global leaders such as Jio, Google, Meta, Dell, talk about various ways they are engaging with startups to support and promote them.
In 2015, with high-level engagements and expansion of the already strong cooperation, wherein both nations have been working together in areas such as defense and aerospace, security, climate change, energy, and many more.
भारत और फ्रांस की मित्रता पूरी तरह से अटूट है, जिसका फोकस ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पर भी हो और जो ईज ऑफ लिविंग की भी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए हर कदम उठाएं। भारत आज स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में भी बहुत आगे है।
Paving the road ahead, MITI Startup Hub, along with IFTEC, opens up new gateways that help startups leverage the strength of the French and Indian ecosystems. The Indo-French Tech Program's vision is to facilitate the Ministry of Electronics and IT in realizing India's vision of promoting technology innovation, startups, and the creation of intellectual properties. That further creates a bridge of cooperation between both the nation's tech ecosystems.
Our strategy has been, will be, and it will be scaled up in a significant way in which incubators, accelerators, product development support, would like to scale that up 10x, 20x, 30x kind of scaling up we would like to do.
Eventually, building a pathway for incubators from top leading French and Indian institutes that helps startups to discover opportunities and prepare them to expand exponentially in the Indian and French or European markets, whereby the benefits include curated workshops and mentoring sessions to deep dive within the markets, access to an actionable professional network in both ecosystems, physical visits and participation in the Indian and French ecosystem flagship tech events, free of cost program and allocation of grants to support your development for the new venture. You see, it is opening up new vistas and opportunities that power your vision with new ideas, will, and ambition to be on top of the world.
Dear app developers, your app is inspiring. Your purpose even more so. You want the best UX, reviews, markets to tap, and millions of users. But we know that's not all. You dream of changing the world, coding today for a better tomorrow. And this might take some doing, falling down, getting up, and being at it again. Be sure of one thing. We are here to help at every step, at every stage. The AppScale Academy by Google Play and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology Startup Hub, a program to power all kinds of apps and empower to meet your goals. Get mentorship and training from Google and industry experts.
we welcome Ms. Astha Grover from Startup India, Mr. Amay Mashelkar, GeoGen Next, Mr. Paul Rabindranath from Google, Mr. Rajeev Agrawal from Meta, Mr. Sudeep Goswami from Dell Technologies, Ms. Feli Visco, Embassy of France, India. We request all the august speakers to kindly step on the dais, please. Thank you. Can we warm up again and have a big round of applause for all the panelists on the dais, please? Thank you. Indeed, our pleasure to have you all over here. Foremost, we would like to present the bouquet and welcome them. I would request Dr. Ajay Garg, Senior Director, MIT, to kindly welcome Ms. Astha Grover, Startup India. Thank you so much. I would request Dr. Nalin Srivastava, Joint Director, MIT, to kindly welcome Mr. Amay Mashelkar, GeoGen Next. I request Dr. Ajay Garg to kindly welcome Mr. Paul Rabindranath from Google. Thank you. I will now request Dr. Nalin Srivastava to kindly welcome Mr. Rajeev Agrawal from Meta. I now request Dr. Nalin Srivastava to kindly welcome Mr. Sudeep Goswami from Dell Technologies. I now request Dr. Ajay Garg to kindly welcome Ms. Feli Visco, Embassy of France, India. Thank you. We once again extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you. And I now request Ms. Astha Grover from Startup India to kindly take over as the moderator. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for this post-lunch session on how startups and corporates are working together. India today, as we all know, is the third largest startup ecosystem with over 72,000 startups and over 100 plus unicorns. It is interesting to note that these startups are coming from the length and breadth of the country. So with more than 649 districts and startups from 45% coming from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, what has accelerated the penetration of these startups across the country is the use of digital technology. Now, before we jump into the role of startups and how startups and digital economy are related, let me all, for all of you who are in the audience, I think I'd request you all to rewind 10 years from now on. I want you to remember the time when we used to wait outside restaurants in order to eat our favorite food because there was a waiting on a Sunday night. When we went to the pharmacy store, we got change in return, a mango bite or a coffee bite because of lack of change at the shopkeeper's end. When we had to book a trip or an itinerary, we depended on a travel agent. When we had to book a policy, it was our father's LIC agent or a friend that helped us book it. When we were at the road, waving our hand to stop an auto or a cab. Fast forward to 2022, we can order things at the comfort of our home thanks to a Zomato or a Swiggy. We do not need a travel agent to book to book our trips or an LIC policy, thanks to startups like Policy Bazaar or Make My Trip. Today, we have a new way of doctor consultations and ordering medicines, thanks to PharmEasy and 1mg. We have a new way of online learning, and we don't need to go to tuition centers, thanks to Unacademy. Now, what we see is that everything we eat, breathe, live today, all the consumer changes have been brought about by not a Fortune 500 company, but by these startups. And the role of technology and digitization has accelerated this space. With that, we will understand and dig deeper into this. And I have myself an amazing stellar panel that is on stage today. I'll introduce them one by one, and then we will be hearing from them. We have with us Mr. Rajeev Agarwal, Head of Public Policy at Meta. He's also an IS officer, 93 batch, and was also responsible for initiating the Startup India movement with DPIT. We have Ame Mashelkar, Head of Reliance Jio Next. We have Paul Ravindranath, Head of Google Accelerator and Program Manager for Developer Relations. We have with us Sudeep Goswami, Director and General Manager, South India and Startups. And we have Ms. Feli Visco, Deputy Head of Energy, Industry and IT in the Economic Department for Embassy of France in India. Rajeev, sir, I'm going to start with you with a very broad question to set context for this session. How can technology companies support startups and small businesses in the Indian economy?
Thank you, Asta, for that introduction, and a very warm afternoon to all the distinguished delegates out here, my fellow panelists. To be at an after-lunch session and to have people who are actually awake is itself, it speaks volumes for not only the kind of passion that this topic on startups ignites in the youth in India, but also for us as a nation. And I guess the role that the ministry, and I really must congratulate the Ministry of IT. I know in less than a week, when the venue shifted from Delhi to Gandhinagar, they were able to get their setup out here, bring in an amazing exhibition, and the Honorable Prime Minister, after inaugurating it, he actually went ahead, congratulated the ministry, and has asked for the exhibition to be extended beyond the normal 3 days. So it's kudos to the ministry. Before I come to the topic at hand, I really wanted to, and I guess I'm speaking for everyone out here on the panel. So coming to the question asked, now technology companies at one point in time were startups themselves. If you remember the launch of Startup India, that was Jan 2016, or rather Jan 2015, when that the mission was launched. The people at the head of the table, along with the Honorable Prime Minister, were some of the huge unicorns who are currently multi-billion dollar companies today in their own right. But at some point in time, they were also startups. Startup is not just a company that has started, say, in 3 years or 5 years. I know DPIT has its own definition in terms of the years that a company has been since its formation. It's also a mindset. Are you hungry for change? Are you still hungry for trying to do something which is beyond the normal? And that's what really distinguishes a startup from a company which has now become staid and which is following just well-established procedures. And it is that hunger which is really going to take you to the fore. And as a technology company, it's that hunger which really keeps a company relevant, and it keeps the technology relevant. And I guess that's what a technology company can really offer to startups. To really be on their toes and to keep not only being engaged with what's happening out there, to imagine beyond what they're seeing today. Now, if I were to look at Meta in terms of more specifics, we know India is home to 6.5 crore MSMEs, and a lot of those are startups. We have seen COVID times very tough, especially on MSMEs, on startups. But in that threat, there was also an opportunity for new entrepreneurs to come up with new ideas and to expand their horizon. And that's where technology companies have, really have a role to play. It may be simply something like a WhatsApp business coach. How do you establish yourself digitally? And that's where, COVID has taught us that just being in the physical world presented challenges which we could never have imagined. So how do you bring your business online? How do you bring it digital? Does it mean opening a website is going to get you the digital business? Well, it should, but it doesn't happen that way. So can you come through a platform like Facebook? It could be any other platform. A platform that allows you to interact and to engage with your customers. And that's where something like a business coach really takes you through those steps, where you don't need to spend a single paisa. You don't need to open your own portal. You don't need to come up with your, spend money in trying to acquire or trying to make your presence felt. Using tools like that, a business coach, a Facebook page, it could be on Insta. I guess maybe not for people at my age, but for the youngsters, the first thing they do is go on Insta and see what portfolio, what catalog does a business offer. And then they decide how they want to go about doing the business. So apart from the specific programs that corporates bring and technology companies bring which can support startups, and I'm just giving a few examples, I mean, there's a string of them. It's this mindset also to continue to want to be relevant, to continue to want to innovate and inspire and mentor that the so-called technology companies can provide. And I dare say, one of you could actually be a startup that could tomorrow challenge Facebook and Meta. And we would have a fight on our hands, trust me. So it's actually up to you, and the only limitations are in your own mind. There is nothing else which can stop you.
Thank you, sir. I think staying hungry and staying relevant is all what we want from startups. Amey, over to you now. You have scaled up from about 11 startups to 170 right now. And I think the funding that these startups have raised is about a quarter of the government's fund itself. 2,600 crores is massive. How important do you think digitization has been for startups in this journey for them?
Thank you for inviting me, first of all, to this wonderful city. Really appreciate METI for all the great work that they're doing and inviting us here today. I think first and foremost, and the honorable ministers in the morning spoke about how the honorable Prime Minister's vision was the starting point of the digital transformation of India. And of course, we are saying that we are still at a, sort of an inflection point at the moment. And there's a lot that is yet to come. So this is really the first step. We wouldn't have gone, honestly, from 11 startups to 174 startups if it wasn't for this digital transformation. I think it just made it so much easier for entrepreneurs to build businesses on the back of technology simply because this transformation happened. And all these fundraising figures and all the other figures that we talk about is truly because of this digitization that has gone in. And it's not just sort of one or two things. There are 5-10 things that all came together. So if you look at Geo, if you look at the India stack, if you look at all the policies, if you look at all the support programs and initiatives by the government, by the corporates, all of this sort of culminated into this massive upsurge in this sort of impact that we're seeing today. So I would say that, if it wasn't for digitization, we wouldn't see any of this impact that we're seeing on the ground.
Thank you for that, Amey, and I absolutely agree with that thought. Moving on, Paul, what would like to hear from you is a little bit more about your support as a corporate for the women founders. Very interesting stat that we see from the startups that are with us is that at least 45% have reported at least one women director, but we don't know if that's an active founder or a co-founder. And to enable more of this ecosystem, what are your thoughts to bring in this diversity in this ecosystem?
Yeah. Again, thanks for having me. Really happy to be on this amazing panel here. I think to answer this question, I think I would take it back to what makes product successful. Right? I think I don't know of any successful products that hasn't been based on the foundations of inclusion. And if you look at what Rajeev and Amay was also saying, the government and the ministries have laid the rails for a digital first world now, especially post-pandemic. And there's an innovation cycle. This innovation cycle is solving for EdTech, for healthcare, for FinTech, and so on. And when this kind of innovation cycle happens, it has to be equitable. Right? It has to have everyone involved in that innovation cycle. And therein, kind of the product philosophy, the core tenets of really great products is inclusion. And therefore, it's really important for us in this season to focus on what's happening with women founders in general, right? And like you rightly quoted some stats, I want to quote an example. Until 2011, apparently, crash test dummies were only modeled after the male form. So technically, till then, all cars were only half safe, right? So it goes to show how important it is to consider inclusion in general as a theme for us to look at. Now, coming to numbers, it's very, very stark, right? If you look at the last 3 years and look at the funding deals, we're talking about 6% of all deals have gone to women founders in India. And if you look at only solo women founders, that number is 1.5%. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. Crying for attention and some work in this space. So access to capital, access to funding is a challenge for women founders. The other data point that we've come across is 42% of women founders actually say they need access to a good mentor, or there is a lack of an access to a good mentor, or generally mentorship resources in general. This is, again, we would imagine in today's world where everyone's connected, that you just ping somebody on LinkedIn and you have a mentor. But the fact is that that's not the case, right? So there needs to be environments created to facilitate these kind of connects. Third, if you look at women founders, one of the specific challenges that have surfaced is hiring. How do I build a team or a tech team? How do I find my co-founder or a CTO? These are some challenges that women founders grapple with today. It's because they not only have to sell the idea of that company, but also the idea of belief in them as a leader. And I think the leadership aspect, again, is something that needs support and needs attention. And lastly, I would say, there needs to be a peer group that you can go to for support and advice, which feels like a safe space and an environment. And from our analysis and research, we know and believe that a community around women founders needs to be more active and thrive. There's a lack of these all over in India. So across access to capital, leadership, many of these things, there are challenges. And this is what we've seen both from our alumni in our accelerator program. And that's why we've launched a dedicated women founder program. And plug, this is the last week. So any women founders out there looking for support, specifically in areas like this, in addition to everything else that you can get in terms of mentoring, please do apply. But this is a very specific thing that we're really passionate about and very driven about. And we really want to push it so we can benefit founders in the ecosystem.
Wonderful. So to all the women entrepreneurs out there looking for funding, mentorship, access to peers, you have many people supporting you here and programs by these players to support you. So please do apply. Okay, coming to Sudeep next. Sudeep, you've led and created Dell's go-to-market strategy for small businesses to support their IT needs. Why do you think technology adoption at the right time can be a game changer for these businesses?
Can you hear me? Thank you, Asta. Thank you, Ministry of IT. Thank you, MSH, for the wonderful platform. And hello, Ahmedabad. In 2013, very big, very well-known Indian tech startup spent $100 million in buying some technology, which they discarded in 2 years, 2015. $100 million some 8 years ago as serious purchase. I know of a couple of startups, but one startup which has got 5 stores between Manali and Chandigarh, whose revenue is 26 lakh rupees, and they just invested in a huge, well-branded CRM system. I'm not sure about these decisions. Names of a Dropbox or a Zscaler or a CrowdStrike are in the public domain of how expensive the change of strategy of changing technology was to them at some wrong time. Last year, 14th May 2021 is when Andreessen Horowitz came up with one white paper which said the cost of just miscalculating your investment on one technology has offset the world's startups valuation by $1 trillion. And there is 24 pages of report on that to say why they say so. So net investing in the right technology at the right time is a very crucial thing for startups to scale, even if you found an MFT. I think no wonder why that is why in our Ascent program, the one thing that we see a lot in demand is the tech tear down, where our consultants work with the startups who approach us to say whether their stack will scale up or will fold up with volumes or traffic. Now, this is, I think, in general very obvious, and I would suggest every startup to do think about that, founders do think about that. But technology is also beyond the stack that one makes for the product. Technology also exists within the organization, which we don't pay heed to. For example, I know of many unicorn startups where still there the process between an HR hiring and procurement is still on an Excel sheet and disjointed. So people join and then there are no laptops to give, or you have 5-year-old laptops to give, and to your point, Paul, they have inadequate machines for productivity. So technology is also required to create business processes and make them more I think, richer in experience. You all want to be enterprise class in terms of revenue, profitability, name, but it has to also show up in your processes and departments and communication. So I have seen it with the last 1 year of engaging with startups. And if it's one key thing that I have learned is if you're not investing by investigating the right technology first, it might be very expensive to you when it might not be really possible to turn around and put the brakes on. Back to you.
Thank you. I think the key message for everyone out here is that one, timing is everything, and second, investing in at the right time. You know, there are always sayings that, you know, you should make your own mistakes and not reinvent the wheel. So learn from the mistake of others and invest in technologies that are already built than to start from the scratch. Ferry, we will come to you right now to learn from the learnings of the French ecosystem. You know, you've been part of the government, you've been at the cusp of policy and technology. How do you think the government of France has enabled the startup ecosystem, and if there are some learnings for us that we could imbibe?
Yeah, thank you so much, Astha. And I think I'm a bit of an outlier here, just to remind all the corporates the ecosystem building work that the government does to make sure that, you know, startups and corporates can flourish and work with each other. And just like in India, France also has a mission. It's called La French Tech Mission. It started in 2013, which is quite a while ago, and it was given new impetus by the president. And the idea is to bring all the activities of French entrepreneurs and technology and research labs under one big banner. And it's actually very similar to what you do, Astha. And I think we're both learning from each other. And right now in France, there are 13 capitals and 45 smaller communities that work with each other, that encourage each other. And the other thing that I think the French government has really looked, you know, forward to is to build relationships with other countries. And I think one of the things that we've done with India is we've got this digital roadmap that was endorsed by Prime Minister Modi and President Macron in 2019. And it, you know, covers, besides topics like high-performance computing, AI, quantum computing, supercomputing, one of the key initiatives that we launched in that is that we need to build We need to bring our ecosystems together. So I think that is really key to, besides ecosystem building within your countries, I think the idea is also to reach out to other nations and learn from each other and work from each other, work with each other. So I think that's really key. I'm just going to give you some facts. La French Tech is actually much younger than India's startup mission, and it's much, much smaller in scale, but it's been progressing really well. Startups in France raised about 12 billion US dollars in 2021. That's only 1/4 of what Indian startups raised in the same time. We have about 5 unicorns. There are more than 100 in India. So, we're far, far behind. I think one of the things that France has done well as well is to set up a center. So we've created something called Station F, where we have about 30 corporate key programs that are being launched to work with startups. And I think that's something that's being replicated at scale in India. So I just went to T-Hub, which was, T-Hub 2.0 was launched last week. And we've just discussed with our panels all the other incubators that are coming up. And I think that's the other thing. In India, everything is about scale. And all these corporates that are working with the multitudes of incubators across the country, it's amazing. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Feli. I think the Station F model is phenomenal, and we have a lot to learn from there, bringing everyone together at the same platform, giving them the community to connect. Rajeev, so with that, I'm going to throw the very next interesting question. We've all heard about metaverse, and we're all hearing about it. We still don't know how it will work. But what I want to understand from you is how it will change the Indian startup ecosystem.
Frankly, I don't think we still know the answer to that. As one of the first companies to really pivot around the concept of the metaverse, we changed our name to Meta for that very reason, because we do see the future being in metaverse. Now, 2 years ago when the pandemic hit us, and from this kind of interaction, we were seeing each other in 3 dimensions, face to face. We all moved to 2x2 blocks on a 2-dimensional computer screen, and our entire life was on those screens. Children were on those screens, and they were, having their classes on a computer screen. College students, college is the best time of your life, and they're not seeing the face of the college, and they were having the classes out there. So life really changed out there. And now, thankfully, we are back to this physical interaction. But just imagine, all of us being where we are. Sudeep no longer has to travel to the Bangalore airport and have the fear of missing his flight. He is at home. We are all seated where we are. We all don our virtual reality headsets. And we are all transported in a similar setting where not directly, but our avatars are interacting with each other. We are seeing each other. We actually feel we are in the same room. So it goes beyond just the simple virtual kind of world which exists. Just the simple virtual kind of world which exists. And virtual worlds come together in one common space in a 3-dimensional or maybe a multi-dimensional forum. And it's that interconnected world which basically is where the metaverse seems to be moving towards. It's a new way of going way beyond just augmented reality, and obviously way beyond virtual reality also. Now, the reason why I say I don't have the answer is because I truly believe in the Indian mind. I believe in the unparalleled, I don't know whether I'm allowed to use the word of jugaad from this stage, but the way the Indian mind can think and outthink and really go beyond all imagination is where we, even as a company, as Meta, truly believe in. The largest ecosystem, the largest community of startups, app developers, creators, we see that in India. And there's a reason for that. And that's why we truly believe that the startups out here are going to be to really be the champions. They're going to be the heroes of the metaverse. I'll just take one example of what we are trying to do to really bring that ecosystem up. And we do recognize that it's not going to be, just the tech companies which are going to do it. We don't own the metaverse. We are only one of the enablers. We are only one of the providers of that entire ecosystem. We partnered with the CBSC because we do recognize the value of the younger generation, the new generation coming up. And what we are trying to do is to bring the youngsters right from classes 6th onwards and make them aware of AR, VR. Now just imagine, for those of you who have been to a science lab in a tier 2 or a tier 3 city, they don't even have equipment for a chemistry lab or physics lab, and you have to conduct those experiments. Here you have tools which can really help you just to visualize how a prism works and how does light get refracted through a prism. And even if you don't have the physical infrastructure, you don't have a lab, the new technologies, this new world, this new reality can really change the way things happen. And that's what we are trying to do right from classes 6. Enable children to start thinking and to start understanding these concepts, so that as they grow up and as they replace you as the new startups, the new kids on the block, the new startups who are going to really take this country to the next, leapfrog to the next level, they will already come armed with these concepts of the AR, VR, of metaverse. And they'll be able to think beyond what we currently have out here. And, all I'll say is the possibilities are endless. And we, or all of us as corporates, as companies, are there to support you and to be there with you in each leg of your journey.
Thank you, sir. I think we are all very excited to see how the metaverse unfolds for all of us. But what is exceptional that is happening is that you're catching the talent at the right stage and imbibing the right skills. Wonderful. So while we are talking about the next in solutions and technologies, Sudeep, I'm going to ask you, there is this Ascent program talking about next in solutions and leveraging the power of data. How do you think startups can use data intelligence in the right way, and what does this program do for them?
So I'll give you an example. When we interact with the government has our birth data, marriage data, deaths in the family. When you register your properties, that data, your addresses with the postal code, the passport, the police has it, right? And all of this has been there for many, many years. And then the last 5-6 years came smart cities, where the same data that you have, sometimes also in an unstructured format, is being used through various things like AI, ML-driven models, analytics at the edge, etc., to give you services which we now call smart cities, like integrated traffic or waste management or real-time surveillance. So what I'm talking about is that data exists for all kinds of startups in all kinds of formats, and today there is enough technology that is available right now that you create a data lake and run an AI ML model on it, and if your business requires it to be real time, you can put edge analytics at the gateways using IoT and then do things within a fraction or a micron of a second. And with 5G coming in, you can do it at a video mode also and still be less expensive. The thing is, you could use technologies in many ways to mine that data. What is important, I believe, is the use case for which you are going to go do that. Does that use case have a business sense, or is there a market in that use case? I think that is where the mushrooming of our startups in this country, where we have 73,000 startups now. If you find that unique use case where data can drive you towards product market fit, I would say you should evaluate that first before you jump into a technology or try to use data. Otherwise, you might be lost for trees in the woods. The Ascent program, and we launched it just 2 weeks ago. There is an AV which is going around the social media where we talk about various kinds of startups using devices and computing power to enhance their business is just one example of that. A juice seller, a hospital on wheels, a guy who's making fashion t-shirts, are just various use cases where data could be used. So we'll be happy to talk about how can we help you in the business, but if there's one message I would want you to take away is that figure out the right use case for which you need the data and then go behind technologies in leveraging it. Thank you, and back to you.
Yep. As they say, data was and will be the gold mine for the future. Moving on to a little sectoral split. I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs out there will be coming from different sectors. Paul, I wanted to understand from you, the Google program has supported startups in a diverse range, right from mental health to food quality to personalized farming solutions. Through a cohort-based program, how do you ensure that the individual needs of different startups are met?
Yeah, I think the first part of program design for kind of dealing with when you're trying to help a bunch of startups with a heterogeneous kind of background, different levels and stages, I think obviously we need to innovate on the program design. And it's very simple. Everyone gets a custom experience. A curriculum-based approach never works for what founders truly want or what they care about. And often what really keeps founders up at night is different from what we think we can help them with. So the first and most important part of understanding the startups or a founder's need in any program is, at least in the Google for Startup Accelerator, we did do a very specific needs analysis. It's a coming together of the ecosystem to meet with the founder and the founding team to understand where their priorities lie, where they want to go. And it's a really open conversation. The way we started is, please, no pitching. Right? And we try and really get down to the core of what really the founders have in their mind and where they want to get to. And this singular conversation actually forms the basis of a custom experience that's built around that startup. You mentioned Inner Hour, which is an amazing mental health company, and another company as well. So every startup has a very different need. So like I said, the people who come together to do the needs analysis, it's a coming together of the ecosystem. So we have more than 20 different teams at Google that are aligned to mentor companies. We have folks in the ecosystem, many like our panelists who are mentors, the government, right? And we've now actually launched Meaty and Meaty Startup Hub in partnership with Google, the AppScale Academy program, where we are looking at 100 of the best innovations, games and apps, and how might we mentor them. So you can imagine the challenges that come across. So I must commend Meaty for honestly like putting together an amazing program with us and really pushing it. And it's again a coming together of the ecosystem to do a needs analysis of the startup. And what happens after is the magic of mentorship, which is purely aligned to the needs of that company. So if you talk to a founder in the Google for Startup program, and we've been live for 6-7 years, 116 graduates, almost $2.1 billion in fundraise in the portfolio, some unicorns in there. It's all about meeting the founders at their point of need. And that analysis typically comes from mentors and people in the ecosystem meeting the founders and creating kind of a priority list of things they need to get to.
Wonderful. The one size model never fits all, and I'm glad to know that, it works on a customized basis for all the startups that join you. I'm going to ask you now, you have been an entrepreneur yourself back in 2005 when the ecosystem was still in a very, very nascent stage. In your experience, how do you see the change in, one, working with corporates back then to now? And how do you apply your own learnings and experience to how you deal with the startups in your cohort now?
Yeah, that's interesting. So first of all, back when I was an entrepreneur, I think the corporate interaction with startups was like minimal or zero. So we really have nothing to compare it with. But if you just look at the mindset now, and I can see a lot of corporates, like there are corporates here and many corporates in the ecosystem today. The mindset has changed fundamentally. The mindset has changed from build versus buy to partner and invest. And I think that is very, very encouraging for the startup ecosystem. And it hasn't been too long since it has changed. And probably because of the rapid digitization also that this has really scaled up that quickly. But every corporate that you see now has a program, or at least a team, or at least some kind of focus to interact with startups, to access talent, access technology and innovation, and access to markets and also speed to market. And I think that is an extremely encouraging sign. This was, like I said, it was virtually non-existent earlier. I think from a personal standpoint, when it comes to dealing with founders, fundamentally, because I've been a founder myself, I realize the value and the role of empathy. And it is not so much about, mentoring them on all the hard stuff, which is how do you build tech, how do you build product, how do you build a team, etc. But it is really the dynamics that kick off after the company goes from 0 to 1 and is moving into the zone of 1 to 10, let's say, that really things start getting very tricky. And then, of course, it gets trickier as you go from 10 to 100, right? So I feel that as a corporate, you need to have an approach of being, if you're going to be a customer, so you should be customer as a mentor, as opposed to startup as a vendor, right? And in fact, it's very interesting that there is a founder in the room, Sandeep, from Krishi Tantra. If you can just put your hand up. So I was sitting with him, and he's from one of our earlier cohorts. The program was done completely virtually. This is the first time that I'm meeting him. But right from actually imparting the mentoring to his engaging with the Jio ecosystem, to that culminating into a partnership with Jio, and then we have other folks from Jio also out here, Vishaka, etc., sitting out here. So the Jio Krishi is now using Sandeep's technology, and they're working very closely together. And all this wouldn't have been possible without the customer as a mentor approach. If you were just in there to evaluate a technology, I don't think this would have worked out. So, these are very encouraging signs. There's a long way to go for corporates. We will continue to strengthen our position with the startup ecosystem as we move along.
The most encouraging thing to know is one that coming from a negligible ecosystem for, with corporate support to where we are right now with the Stena panel on board, plus with the mindset to build along and mentor, as you said, because in the past, it was more, like you said, to acquire and to absorb the competition, but not to build along. So it's some great change happening here. With that, I want to ask you about, India was honored as the country of the year at Viva Tech, which is one of the leading startup tech festival in Europe. The innovations that went there from the Indian side were well appreciated. And of course, there were a lot of cross-learnings between the startups from both the sides. How do you think, we can bridge further on these developments, and how the two countries can come together to work more on the technology aspect?
Yes, so this was the first time that Viva Tech, which is Europe's biggest tech fair, and it's held in Paris every year. So this was the first time that they had a country of the year, which was India. And it actually, last year, Prime Minister Modi was, he made a speech at last year's Viva Tech. And I think that the relationship between India and France in terms of the ecosystem, in terms of bringing our startups together, is growing from strength to strength. We had Prime Minister Modi's speech last year. You had, Country of the Year this year. And I think the issue here is, I think both our countries need to learn more about each other. I think there's very little that, there is a need for France to come and talk more about their startup ecosystem. And I think one of the big steps that France did was obviously have India come over to Viva Tech and showcase their tech talent so that perceptions can change. and I think that's the first step. Now, going forward, I think there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration. We already have a pilot. We have a bilateral exchange program with METI Startup Hub. They've been very, very supportive. And the key topics that we look at in this bilateral program, it's called the IFTech program. We're looking at deep tech, AI, and impact. So those are the three sectors that are very relevant for France. In particular, deep tech, because France has decided that we have a strong foundation of research labs. We have great universities where we have a lot of engineers, and that's one of the foundations that we would like to build upon. And the president has announced that they're going to have a 2.5 billion euro fund, and they want to have about 10 deep tech unicorns by 2025. So I think those are relevant areas in which India and France can definitely work on together.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Feli. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask one common question to all the panelists and hear your closing remarks on what will be the few emerging areas globally for startups in the coming years. Ame, we can start with you.
I think any area where technology has a role to play is absolutely fascinating. The role of innovation in technology is going to be very, very important. But fundamentally, I'm extremely bullish on a few sectors. I think the whole energy sector is undergoing a massive transformation, and I think that one will see a lot of startups coming in, both on the B2C as well as on the B2B side in the energy sector. Web3 is certainly something very interesting, and it's evolving. And we will see a lot of Indian founders actually they're already involved in this sector. A lot of founders are from India that are building solutions globally. So that's the other one. And very specifically, there are going to be companies coming up in health tech and agri-tech which will build for India but will scale globally. And we are seeing the initial stages of this happening in India. For example, companies like Dozy from GeoGenX alumni, they're building some fascinating technology for remote patient monitoring, which I think has global applicability, and they're therefore attracting a lot of foreign venture capital as well for scaling it globally. So these are 3 or 4 areas that I'm personally very bullish about.
Thank you. So it's energy, Web3, health, and building solutions for the globe. Thank you, Ame. Paul, over to you.
I think you'll hear a lot of plus ones by the time we get to the end of the line. But agree with a lot of what Ame said. Another interesting perspective with which we can look at this is the emergence of the new internet user post-pandemic. And I was sharing a funny example earlier of someone like my dad who's like in his 70s, never necessarily used his phone for anything, is able to pick it up, download, install an app, order like 5 kilos of meat, and that's the power of what startups are building today. That's actually catering to the new internet user with short learning curves. So edtech, fintech, healthcare, we'll see, I'm sure, a lot of innovation in those spaces because on the back of the pandemic, I think we will see a lot of the tailwinds for these sectors. The other angle that I'd like to look at it as is there are a lot of underrepresented groups and solutions for underrepresented groups that are now more accessible, and there's a lot of innovation happening in this space. I mentioned earlier the App Scale Academy program, where more than 100 apps, we've been mentoring them, with support from METI. A couple of amazing apps. One called Stamurai, which helps actually people who have stammers kind of help fix that whole situation with just the app. In mental health, Evolve, another app that focuses on mental health, specifically in the LGBTQ community. So these different underrepresented groups are now having access to so many great solutions. And I think with digital first access and everything opening up, we'll also see a lot of innovation, a lot of pilots venturing into these new areas, which I think is very exciting to see.
Absolutely. I think one thing we all agree upon is that the silver lining to the global pandemic was the adoption and acceleration of technology and a new set of users added to it. By at least a couple of years, we have accelerated this growth. Okay, Rajeev sir, your thoughts on this?
Metaverse and Web 3.0, that goes without saying. But I think there's something to what's just been said. The health and the agri sector, anything that concerns citizens, anything that concerns the millions of people out there who are still untouched, they've still not got access to internet. I see that, as the economy opens up, as more and more people get access to internet, a lot of new opportunities will come up, which we may not even be able to visualize that today. But there are those teeming millions who will really desire services, and in those services will come up new areas where startups can really deliver and they can really make a difference.
Agri and health tech for sure, no denying that fact. Yes, Sudeep.
5G, with the government opening up the spectrum for auction in the next 3 years, the cost of servicing anything digital will go down substantially, the quality will go up, and that would take tech to many places where today it is very difficult to break even, like maybe Kirana tech, or let's say at the root soil monitoring and those things in agri-tech. So it's one thing that I'm very bullish on, apart from the plus one that I should logically say, is 5G.
Wonderful. 5G it is then.
Yes. So I already mentioned deep tech, but coming from the ecosystem building side, I think we're really excited about the digital public infrastructure that's being, that's going to be rolled out, and that a lot of you are going to be building solutions on top of.
Wonderful. I was also hoping to hear space among all these sectors, because we do see a lot of startups coming in this sector, and I hope it emerges well as one of the trends that where startups are working very closely. They are right now also, but finding solutions using NAVIC technology and space in different sectors. But with that, we come to an end of this very beautiful session. I'd just like to conclude that with the support of corporates, with the zest of entrepreneurs, and with the pace of digitization, I hope India emerges as the leading ecosystem in a short span of time. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you all the panelists for this wonderful session. And it was indeed a pleasure to hear in detail from all of you. And now we'd like to present mementos to the august speakers and the panelists from the dais, please. And foremost, I request Dr. Ajay Garg, Senior Director, MeitY, to kindly present the memento to Ms. Astha Grover, Startup India. Will now request Dr. Nalin Srivastav, Joint Director of MeitY, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Amey Mashelkar, Geo Gen Next. I now request Dr. Ajay Garg to kindly present the memento to Mr. Paul Rabindranath from Google. I now request Dr. Nalin Srivastav to kindly present memento to Mr. Rajeev Agarwal, Meta. I request Dr. Nalinji to kindly present memento to Mr. Sudeep Goswami from Dell Technologies. And I now request Dr. Ajay Garg to kindly present memento to Ms. Feli Visco, Embassy of France, India. Thank you. And I request all the panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph. for the photograph. I request CO MSH to kindly step on the dais, please, for the photograph. Mr. Jeet Vijayaraj, I request the panelists to... We now take a break of just 15 minutes for tea and coffee. Kindly assemble as fast as you can. And if you're okay without that, we have a chit-chat over here only for you. Thank you. This is Zwani, and I request you to kindly assemble back in 15 minutes for the very important valedictory session in which we are going to hand over the beneficiaries their benefits in various government schemes. So kindly assemble as soon as you can. Thank you. For this highly important session and the concluding session as well of the day, please help me welcome on dais Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MIT, Shri Amit Agrawal, Additional Secretary, MIT, Dr. Jaideep Kumar Mishra, Additional Secretary, MIT, Shri Abhishek Singh, President and CEO, NEGD, Managing Director and CEO, DIC. Also, please welcome Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, Joint Secretary, MIT, and Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI. I request all the dignitaries to kindly step on the dais, please. We're less in number. The hall is huge, but we can clap more. Thank you. A heartfelt welcome to each one of you. I now foremost request Dr. Ajay Gargji to kindly welcome Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MIT, with a floral bouquet. I now request Shri Subodh Sachan, Director, STPI Headquarters, to kindly present the welcome bouquet to Shri Amit Agrawal, Additional Secretary, MIT. Thank you. I now request Jeet Vijay, CEO, MIT, to kindly welcome Dr. Jaideep Kumar Mishra, Additional Secretary, MIT. Thank you. I now request Mr. Anish Somani, Program Director, MSH, to kindly welcome Shri Abhishek Singh, President and CEO, NEGD, Managing Director and CEO, DIC. Thank you. I now request Mr. Amit Kumar Verma, Joint Director, Dr. Devesh Tyagi. I now request Mr. Devesh Tyagi to kindly welcome Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, Joint Secretary, MIT. I now request Ms. Sonal Bhatwadikar, STPI Gandhinagar Director, to kindly welcome Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI. Thank you very much. I would now call upon Shri Subodh Sachan, Director, STPI, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
A very good evening to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, on behalf of Ministry of Electronics and IT, I welcome Dr. Rajendra Kumar ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri Amit Agrawal ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Dr. Jaideep Kumar Mishra ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri Abhishek Singh ji, President and CEO, NEGD, and Managing Director and CEO of DIC, Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and Shri Arvind Kumar ji, Director General, STPI. Today, in this last validity session of a startup conference day, I think throughout the whole, since morning, we have witnessed various sessions. And in this last session, we are going to see some really important announcement for Ministry of Electronics and IT and STPI. Today, in this session, we are going to witness implementation partner announcement for Samrit scheme. We are going to witness seed fund dispersal to two very important schemes of ministry, which is TIDE scheme, TIDE 2.0, and NGIS and STPI Center of Entrepreneurship beneficiaries of which are startups to receive the seed fund. Further, we'll also see a challenge program being launched today for all STPI center, 3 STPI centers of entrepreneurships and NGIS scheme. So with that, I thank all of you to come here, and let me ask the session to continue. So thank you, and looking forward for the session from everyone.
Thank you so much, Shri Subodhji, for your warm welcome words. In this session, now we are going to announce Samrit Scheme Implementation Partners. And for that, I would now like to call upon Shri Ajay Garg, Senior Director of MIT, to please come on stage and introduce the Samrit Initiative.
Good evening, dear friends, esteemed delegates on the dais. We have, from the morning and since yesterday, we have seen a phenomenal success of the startup ecosystem. More than 70,000 plus startups in this country, and with 100 unicorns and a potential to have 1,000 more. What we have in this country for the startup ecosystem, we all understand they need support at the initial stages till the time they mature out. What we had, these 70,000 plus startups have mainly been through the homegrown efforts, or through a large 700 plus incubation ecosystem around the country. And in the last stage have been supported by the investor community from across the globe, which have supported this global. What we missed in this journey is the Y Combinator model of the Silicon Valley. And this Samrit scheme aims to create an Y Combinator of India, if at all that is necessary to mature our startup ecosystem. The Samrit scheme is an effort from the Ministry of Electronics and IT, where we will be supporting the private sector accelerators or people trying to mature to be accelerators through a scheme of 100 crores spread over a period of 3 years, supporting 300 plus startups. The salient feature of the scheme is that a matching support from these accelerators and their backing up investors will be providing a matching fund that is of a 40 lakh rupees that will be in addition to the 40 lakh rupees investment being provided by the government. And this scheme will ultimately aim to scale up around 300 plus startups. This is an effort we believe that will accelerate the startup ecosystem. And we have, in the first stage, what we have done is that through a rigorous procedure of sorting out, we have actually shortlisted 22 partners which will be working with the Mighty Startup Hub, or now the Genesis, Generation Next support for innovative startups, to actually support a community of product maturing startups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for throwing light on the Samrit initiative. And I now humbly request Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary MIT, to press the button and declare the winners of the Samrit accelerators. Can we have the remote, please?
We'll see a new digital world where the additional secretary will clap and it will be launched.
A superb gesture.
We now request the implementation partners to come on the dais for a group photograph with the dignitaries.
I would like to call upon all the Samrit implementation partners to come to the stage for the photo with the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. They are amongst us only. Please clap high for the wonderful work they are doing for the country, for the economy. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and we extend our good wishes to all of you. STPI, premier organization of MITI, is building a world-class incubation ecosystem and nurturing startups to create path-breaking software products. STPI is implementing various schemes of MITI to support technical startups which are addressing the futuristic problems in business and society and transforming them to become tomorrow's unicorns. Today, we will witness launch of 14 startup challenge programs from various parts of India. The programs aim to identify around 150 startups working and to provide them with a seed fund of up to rupees 25 lakh and other facilities. The vision is to drive the rise of India as a software product nation to make India a global player in development, production, and supply of innovative, efficient, and secure software products. We hereby watch a video to launch 14 STPI Startup Challenge programs. Can we have the AV, please? Can we have the AV again, please? The Build for Bharat IoT Startup Challenge is in collaboration with GeoThings Limited, JTL, and I would like to invite Mrs. Vishakha Sehgal, Vice President and Head Strategic Initiatives, Geo. Along with her will be Anand Bhandar, Head IoT Geo Platforms, to come on stage and give brief about this important partnership. We welcome Mrs. Vishakha Sehgal.
A very warm good evening to everyone, and my warmest regards to esteemed members and esteemed leaders from MITI and STPI. Geo is absolutely thrilled to partner with STPI and MITI for this Build for Bharat IoT Startup Challenge. In fact, Geo was launched with the vision of democratizing technology, and we truly understand the role that startups can play in achieving this vision. Startups are undoubtedly the centers of innovation and very vital catalysts for economic growth in the country. That is why it's been our constant endeavor to provide necessary support and the right digital tools and platforms to the startups, which can help them accelerate their growth and help them to scale. We believe that this unique program that we have carved out with STPI has all the key ingredients that can empower startups in the IoT space to build and scale innovative offerings which can, have transformational impact on all the key sectors. So once again, on behalf of Geo, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to STPI and MITI leadership for this collaboration opportunity. And to all the startups here, I would sincerely urge you, to participate and apply for this Build for Bharat Startup Challenge. We assure you complete support from our side. In fact, all the key members of our teams who are driving this program are here for the next 1 or 2 days, and we'll be very happy to address any queries that you have with regards to the program. And now I call upon my colleague, Mr. Anand Bhandari, to briefly share some very important aspects of the program. Thank you and have a very pleasant evening.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, METI leadership and STPI for having us here and giving us another opportunity to serve the nation by helping startups. So today, I would just like to introduce what Jio is and what Jio is doing in terms of technology. So we are probably the world's first organization, a telco probably, who's developing end-to-end solutions, right from hardware to connectivity to the cloud platforms, all under a single roof, indigenously and ingeniously both. Now, we would like to understand the whole startup ecosystem that is thriving today in a better way. We can empathize with startups because we ourselves, we at Jio call ourselves the startups only. So we understand the challenges. We've really, made it big, and we want the whole community, startup community, to make this even larger. Now, how do we do that? So with the base of knowledge that we have come up with a lot of accelerator program kits. Now, these would be hardware modules, connectivity, SIM cards, platform access, and the startups can now build all the innovative ideas with these base platforms. So the selected startups will be provided with a kit which will help them grow faster. The first kit obviously will be based on narrowband IoT technology. It's a bleeding edge technology for today, low power WAN, LP WAN technology as you call it. And you can build a bunch of solutions, be it healthcare, be it agri, be it IoT, be it any of the enterprise solutions that you want. So this Build for Bharat initiative is really going to boost the startups. We are going to help startups to build for a scale, build faster, and build to last. Thank you, everyone, and all the best for the endeavors.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anand, and thank you, Mrs. Vishakha Sehgal. Let me now invite Shri Subodh Sachan, Director STPI, to give brief on the Open Challenge Program for Electropreneur Park Center of Entrepreneurship at Bhubaneswar, Idea Challenge Program for Blockchain COE at Gurugram, and 11 challenges under Next Generation Scheme.
Thank you. Today, unfortunately, we couldn't see the video at the beginning, but with this, today, we are launching within STPI 14 challenge programs together virtually by sitting in this dais, sir. One of the challenge program, very important challenge program, is with corporates. We saw Reliance Geothinks Limited is in the collaboration with Reliance Geothinks Limited. So I really thank Reliance Geothinks team for the same. Another 13 challenges, sir, we are going to launch from 2 centers of entrepreneurship. One for Apiary, which is Blockchain Center of Entrepreneurship. Another is Image Center of Entrepreneurship of Hyderabad. Also, since we run a very flagship scheme of Ministry of Electronics and IT, which is called as Next Generation Incubation Scheme, where the focus is to, in the tier 2 locations, identify the startups and give them the first check and the first seed fund. And in fact, we will witness some of these today getting the same. Now we have already successfully run 3 Chunati programs. Today we are going to launch from all 11 directorates of STPI the challenge program for Chunati, and we would be looking forward to select another 150 plus startups through the Chunati programs. This is an endeavor within STPI to identify startups across India. We have been able to run 42 challenge programs in last 1.5 years from various Center of Entrepreneurship and NGIS scheme together. Together, we have onboarded 263 startups in our centers of entrepreneurship, and within NGIS scheme, we have onboarded 157 startups. I'm happy to announce, within NGIS scheme, we have been able to fund 41 startups in the last 6 months, and we look forward to giving more startups this platform. So today, this launch, so I request all the startups which are listening to us in the audience today here and virtually across India to come and participate in the STPI Center of Entrepreneurship and NGI Challenge programs. Looking forward within STPI and the leadership of our DG, looking forward to welcome you all and have you on STPI platform, Mighty platform, and Genesis platform, which we have created yesterday. So thank you. Looking forward to everyone.
Thank you for explaining and giving the brief note about it, and we wish all the startups a very good luck. As important aspect of nurturing startups is giving them the funding support, and in continuance of the same today, STPI and MeitY proudly adding 28 more startups to receive the seed. We hereby announce the seed fund beneficiaries through a video. Can we have the video, please? Can we have the seed fund AV? You can play the video even without the audio, please. Can we have the AV again of seed fund? I repeat, can we have the seed fund AV? Many, many congratulations to all the beneficiaries from all of us over here. Now, the beneficiary startups representatives are requested to come on the stage to collect the seed fund checks. First, let me invite the beneficiary startups of Next Generation Incubation Scheme on the stage. Foremost, Rhythm Jain, founder, Booksy Edufi Private Limited. I request additional Secretary Sir to kindly do the honors, please. Congratulations and good luck. Next is Nishita Balyar Singh and Nikita Balyar Singh, founder of Fellis Leo Widgets Private Limited. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations and good wishes. We now welcome Mr. Sanjay Bharadwaj, founder, Manodayam Private Limited. Congratulations. Next we have with us Sheikh Johnny Basha, founder of Study Comrade Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations and good wishes. Next we have K. Leena Anil, founder, Sunny EdTech Private Limited. Congratulations, ma'am. Congrats and good wishes. Next we have with us Gauri Mahesh, founder, Learning Matters Private Limited. Congratulations. Next we have is Suchit Sharma, founder, Uma Robotics Technology Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next we have Mr. Mehul Saha, founder, Revolute Health Tech Private Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Mehul. Congratulations. Next we have with us Dr. Gayatri, founder, Fides MedTech Private Limited. Congratulations, madam. Thank you. I now call upon Paulomi Bhattacharya, founder, Silver Genie Private Limited. Congratulations, ma'am. Next, we have with us Subhashri Mishra and Seeman Srivastava, founder of Mole Innovation Labs Private Limited. Congratulations to both of you. Next, we have with us Dhruv Gaur, founder of Shri Raj Govind Technologies Private Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Dhruv. Next is Ms. Tina Jose, founder, Tenvo Business Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations, madam. Next, we have with us Mr. Anil Kumar Bonu, founder, Talent Spotify Private Limited. Congratulations, madam. Mr. Anil Kumar Bonu, founder, Talent Spotify Private Limited. Congratulations. Next, we have with us Mr. Balamurugan Sundarajan, founder, Kegel Services Private Limited. Congratulations. Now we invite beneficiary startups of STPI Center of Entrepreneurship, Electropreneur Park at STPI Bhubaneswar, Motion at STPI Pune, and Image at STPI Hyderabad on stage. Foremost is Nishikanta Pradhan, founder of Nishtula Instrument and Innovation Private Limited. Next is Pulkit Jain, founder Electromotion E-Vidyut Private Limited. Next we have Congratulations. Next we have Sanchek Vilas Pilane, founder, Exa Mobility India Private Limited. Congratulations. Next is Junjar Patil, founder, Eldicos Business Enterprises Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Junjar Patil. Next, we have Mr. Vikram Dangi, founder, Denox App Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Next, we have Sonak Chatterjee, design engineer, Go With Youth Mobility Private Limited. Next, we have with us Rajat Yadav, founder, 8th Technologies Private Limited. I can't hear any claps for all these wonderful gentlemen and the women over here. Thank you. Congratulations. Next, we have Mr. Sanket Bhoirkar, CTO and co-founder, Era Next Auto Private Limited. Many, many congratulations to you. Congratulations. Next, we have Ganesh Suryavanshi, founder, Combat Robotics India Private Limited. Many, many congratulations. Next is Mukesh Dev, founder, Banjan Ventures Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, we have Mr. Nishikanta Pradhan, founder of Nishtula Instrument and Innovation Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, we have is Dhruti Dhara Behera, founder, SPK Mac Technologies Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir, and good luck. Next we have is Dibya Sundar Rath, founder of Priorities Made Easy Technology Private Limited. Many, many congratulations to you. Next we have with us Shubhakanta Khatau, founder, SMPS Electric Control Private Limited. Congratulations, sir. I request all the beneficiaries to come forward for the photograph. Can we have a big round of applause for all these lovely set of people who have just received their check? It is a bang on for all of them, and we wish that you turn up to the Unicorn very, very soon. Thank you, everyone. I now call upon Shri Vijay, CEO, Meiti. So most we will see the Startup Challenge video, which we missed. Sorry? Announcement, yeah? Huh. Okay. I would like to call upon Shri Vijay, CEO, Meiti Startup Hub, to please come on stage and introduce the Tide Scale Up Fund Initiative. Over to you, Jeet.
All right, thank you, Davning. Good afternoon to all the startups left here today. This is your day, and we are so grateful to you that you could be with us. And thanks to the leadership of the ministry that's sitting with us on the dais today, that made it possible for us to do this event physically and with so much vibrancy. Now to tell you TIDE 2.0. TIDE stands for Technology, Incubation, and Development of Entrepreneurs. This is a flagship scheme of the Ministry of Electronics and IT, launched in 2019, with a focus of supporting 2,000 tech startups across India over the next 5 years. So far, the scheme has been progressing well, and the key components of the scheme, sir, for your benefit, also I'll take 30 seconds on that. This is one of the Indian government's unique scheme whereby centers from Tier 1 cities are attached to the centers from Tier 2 cities and Tier 3 cities so they can mentor them. And that's why we have a very vibrant, connected ecosystem of 51 incubators that are supported through this scheme. Now, aside from that, another key point is we support through this scheme in all the ways. We give idea validation funding to early stage startups. When they show some maturity, we give them prototype development funding. And when they're market ready, we give them scale funding. And sirs, today we are here to showcase and celebrate the startups that have received scale-up funding during our last cohort. So this time, we received application from all our 51 centers, and after a rigorous review process, we have shortlisted and selected 72 startups from 41 centers from all across India and all the sectors of our economy: health tech, agri-tech, med-tech, defense tech, infra-tech, climate tech. All the sectors are represented in this. So, sir, this is 72 startup centers, 27 crores in funding is being given to them, and each startup gets a maximum of 40 lakh to go to market for pilot, for market access, customer connect. So this is one of the flagship schemes, sir, and now I would request the MC to please ask our Honorable Sir for the launch of the recognition of these 72 startups. So can we hear it for the startups?
You can step on the dais, and I request respected Additional Secretary Dr. Rajendra Kumar to press the button and declare the winners of the Tide 2.0 Investment Scale-Up Fund.
All right, can we hear a round of applause for our startups that are here today?
I would like to call upon all the winning startup beneficiaries to come to the stage now for the photo. I request to come on the stage, please, as fast as you can. Thank you.
Can I request Dr. Garg and Nalin as well to come on the stage?
If this reminds you of class 10 or class 12 photograph towards the end of the academic year, then please give a big round of applause to all these wonderful winners. Thank you. Congratulations to all the winners. You may party hard in the evening. I now request Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MeitY, to kindly press the button and let's showcase the STPI Startup Challenge Program video to the august audience over here. I request, sir, to kindly press the button for the video release. Congratulations and good luck to all the startups who are aiming high and dreaming even higher. I now humbly request Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, MeitY, to kindly give away this special address on this August occasion. And I request the crowd who is standing to kindly take up their seats, please. Thank you.
A very good evening to everyone, all my colleagues on the dais, Amit Agrawal, Jaideep Mishra, Abhishek Singh, Bhuvnesh Kumar, Arvind Kumar, all officials present here, all participants in this event. First of all, let me congratulate all the awardees, the winners, the grantees for a very significant achievement that you have all made, for which you have all been recognized. Also, my appreciation to the entire team in MeitY, the associate entities, STPI, MSH, etc., all the institutions linked to these schemes, which have worked really so hard to really make this entire event so successful. Also, the efforts made by them to bring all these startups, entrepreneurs to the ecosystem that we have all created over the last several years, which have made India the third biggest startup hub in the world. As you have listened to the Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, how India has traversed this entire journey in the last several years under the overall Digital India umbrella to bring digital transformation to the entire economy, to all domains of governance, and to society in general. And these three major components of this flagship program of the government have really brought this transformation, which we have all witnessed in this entire program, Digital India Week, since yesterday. As we move towards the next stage of this entire revolution in the digital domain that we're all witnessing. So we need to think ahead as to how this entire focus on startups, focus on innovation, focus on digital transformation can be carried further to ensure that India can become the global leader in digital technologies. So if you really recall how this entire journey has been completed over the last several years, especially with the focus on the startup ecosystem. As you may be aware, till about 7-8 years ago, the startup journey was just starting. We had only a handful of startups, maybe a few hundred, and very few unicorns. Today, we have more than 100 of the unicorns, and we have over 70,000 plus startups. A large number of them are tech-focused, and that shows the role that Digital India has played in the evolution of this entire startup ecosystem, and the central role played by MeitY in this entire journey. And that gives us the confidence that MeitY and the government can take it forward to really ensure that India can move up further, perhaps become the world's second largest, and in time to come, perhaps the world's biggest startup ecosystem, focused and based on the innovation ecosystem that we all have created in this country with the efforts of all of you, the industry, the entrepreneurs, the funders, and the institutions which are deeply linked to this entire journey. So how do we take it further? If you really see the entire evolution from the startup based in tier 1 cities, now it has gone to tier 2 and tier 3. And this has been really fueled by a certain very critical factors, which I would like to mention. And those factors need to be really expanded further to ensure that we can achieve the dream of a world-class startup ecosystem. If you see, till about 7-8 years ago, we had just about 25 to 30% of the population who were internet users, who were in the online world. Today, that proportion has risen to almost 60%. So today we have more than 800 million people who are internet users in India. So that shows the growth that has happened. Today we also have universal digital identity. We also have universal bank accounts. Almost everyone has a bank account now. Everyone has a mobile phone, and almost 2/3 of those mobile phones are smartphones, which can really access the internet and allow the person to avail a whole range of online services. So this expansion in the digital ecosystem, this entire confluence of these very powerful driving factors, they have helped a lot in bringing India to the stage where we are today in terms of our strength in the digital world. And this entire heavy expansion in these critical areas has also enabled a boom in the online services and given rise to a huge set of new opportunities which have really brought the innovation potential, the entrepreneurship spirit amongst the people to the fore. And as a result, we have seen a huge expansion in the entire startup ecosystem. These factors are the key to really driving this growth further. We also need to focus on expanding digital literacy so that the last 40% of the population can be brought to the online world. The last 40% of the population can have access to internet, and they will have the necessary skills to really meaningfully take part in the digital economy. As you also would have heard, the goal for us, goal for the government, which METI is really spearheading and for which we have prepared a roadmap, is to take our digital economy to the level of $1 trillion in the next 4 to 5 years by 2026. And in this endeavor, if you really see the scale of transformation required, that is almost 4 to 5 times of where we are today. So today, if the size is about $250 billion, it has to rise fourfold in the next 4 years to take us to the level of $1 trillion in terms of size of our digital economy. Now, how that is going to happen? That's going to happen when we can bring the last 40% of our population to the online world. We can make them meaningful users of the internet-based services and activities. When we can ensure that everyone has access to a device which can connect to the internet, when we can ensure that everyone has access to meaningful financial instruments, including a bank account, that can happen only when we can ensure that all the people are literate digitally to really meaningfully take part in this entire digital domain and avail these service opportunities. So these are the key driving factors which we believe can take us to the dream of making India the startup capital of the world. Along with this, there are a couple of other things which are also very important, which I would just like to mention. If you really see the expansion that has happened in the last several years, the internet users are, even today, even though not all of them are comfortable in using English on the internet, but that's a fact. Even today, most of the services, most of the activities in the online world, they take place in English language. So this really has to get changed. And we need to ensure that we provide the services in the online world in Indian languages, and for which we need to prepare ourselves. So as you might have seen yesterday, Honorable Prime Minister launched a very important initiative called Bhashini, which actually aims at addressing this very important issue of providing the digital services in our own Indian languages. This initiative, this platform that I mentioned, this is expanding continuously, and in a short time to come, this will be perhaps the single largest platform to provide services in the online world in multiple Indian languages. Also, to make sure that all the people can easily and meaningfully access services in the online world, Honorable Prime Minister also launched yesterday a very important initiative called Meri Pehchan, where the goal is to ensure that all the people, they can avail the online services through a very simple interface, through just one set of credentials. So for example, today if you browse through a number of sites which are owned by various government departments to provide services, in all those sites you need to really log in through different set of credentials. Each time you try to log in, you need to register, create a user ID, create a different password, get OTP, and after that you can avail that particular service. Same thing happens when you visit Andhra portal. Again, you need to create those credentials. So to really make this entire process seamless and simplified, a new initiative which was launched yesterday by the Honorable Prime Minister is called Meri Pehchan, where the goal is to ensure that all these services can be provided through one single set of credentials to all the people. And as you might have heard in the tagline, it says, Pehchan ek, sevaएं अनेक. So through one credentials, you can avail multiple services from various government departments. So these are the steps which actually are going to take us to the next level of transformation, which we all wish to really bring to our entire country using digital tools and technologies. Also, the other initiatives that we have launched, METI has launched over the last several years, including platforms like Umang, which have simplified access to various services through one unified mobile application. DigiLocker, which has provided access to all your documents at one place through a digital repository, which you can access securely and share documents with various government departments to ensure that you don't really need to carry those documents physically, or each time you access through your own computer or mobile phone. So through one single cloud-based repository, now you can store your documents, you can access documents from the service providers, and you can share those documents with the agencies from whom you wish to avail a service. So that's again a major step that we have really brought in the online world to make the lives of people easier, with the goal of ease of living for all the people. Also, all the initiatives that I mentioned, they also aim at another very important domain, which is again critical for the growth of our digital economy. That is the ease of doing business. As you might have seen in the last 7 to 8 years, the international ranking of India has moved from 140 plus to 63 in 2020, even though that ranking is no longer published now. But still, that shows the efforts made by the government to ensure that the entire regulatory ecosystem, the entire oversight regime for the businesses is simplified, and the entire process of doing business is made as simple as possible. In fact, government is continuing with its initiative of encouraging states to take up meaningful reforms in the business domain, so that all the businesses, they can really feel that they are in a simplified oversight framework for conducting their businesses. So that's another important area where we feel that in future, our vision of $1 trillion digital economy, that really is extremely critical. And we need to ensure that all these initiatives that I just mentioned, they need to be taken further to ensure that all the people, all the businesses can really avail services in a very meaningful way. Let me just tell you a few facts about how the startup ecosystem has really grown over the years from tier 1 to tier 2 and tier 3 cities now. Just the importance of why tier 2 and tier 3 hold the key to the further expansion in the startup ecosystem. If you see the data for the last a decade or so, out of about $75 billion of funding that have come to the startup ecosystem, only about 2% of that funding has gone to startups in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So that shows the concentration now that is there in terms of the geographical distribution of startups, which are focused mostly in tier 1. And that also shows the huge potential that is there for the funders, for the institutions to really tap in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where the funding that should go, that really should happen in the time to come. We are seeing very positive momentum in this direction, where in the last couple of years, more and more funding is going to the startups based in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. In fact, if you read the reports that are published about the entire startup ecosystem, it was earlier 3 cities only which were very important. That is Bangalore, then Delhi NCR, and perhaps the Mumbai-Pune region. Now it has gone to 3 plus 5 rather, 8 cities. And now it has to go to 8 plus 20 or even more. And in due course, perhaps 100 plus cities should come on the startup map of the entire country. So that's the scale of the challenge that is before us to really address when we talk about making India the startup capital of the world. Let me also tell you about some efforts that MeitY has really spearheaded in the last several years, which have given rise to the entire growth in the startup ecosystem. You heard in the morning about the Digital India program, which has helped the startups to really grow and become unicorns. Now the focus that is there in the entire tech ecosystem is to really take advantage of the emerging opportunities in deep tech areas, in emerging technologies, and ensure that we can become world leaders in these domains as well. There are many areas where startups have used these technologies, but there is a huge potential to be tapped where that is our startups can really become world beaters. And the initiatives that we have taken, MeitY has published national strategies in areas like blockchain, in additive manufacturing. We have a strategy on AI. We already are doing very large scale projects with MeitY entities and the industry to really develop these technologies and bring very meaningful interventions in various domains. Already the domains where we are working to create public digital platforms, for example, health, education, agriculture, etc. There is a very deep intervention going on to really use these emerging technologies to make these services more meaningful, make them more useful, intuitive for people to discover and use, and scale them up to the level of the entire population. So that's the vision that we have in MeitY for ensuring that not only we focus on developing the research know-how, but we also really bring this technology for deployment. The emerging 5G ecosystem that you all are aware will give a further fillip to this entire ecosystem. We hope that once the 5G ecosystem is put in place, there will be a spurt in economic activity where 5G can be very meaningfully deployed to enhance productivity, to enhance the growth potential, to bring new services, and to scale up the present ecosystem to cover the entire population, not only within India, but also to think of the scale at the global level. Already the platforms that we have built, I'll just name a few because they are very well known, but there are many others which are also equally important. The platforms that we have built, for example, for digital ID, for the unified payment ecosystem, the UPI platform, the GST network, the government e-marketplace, all these are world-class platforms at population scale, which really have no parallel anywhere else in the world. So we can really be proud of what we have done in the last few years under the Digital India program, which have really become models or examples for the world to emulate. The CoWIN platform is again one massive platform where the world is still aspiring to reach level. Nobody has really gone to that level of sophistication in terms of creating a universal vaccine platform, which can really do the job at popular scale without any error or without any chance of delay, etc., that one might experience. So all these efforts, all these successful examples, they show that we have the talent, we have the capacity to really create digital ecosystems which can really be addressing the problems or issues at the global level. And our platforms, they are really becoming, they are going global now. Many, many countries, they talk to us as to how we have done all this transformation. They think it's magic. If you really talk to many countries, they think this unified payment interface, the digital payment ecosystem that we have built, that is nowhere else in the world, including the most advanced countries. Also, the digital ID platform, which has enabled everyone to really access services in real time. The linkage with the bank interface, which allowed the government departments to transfer the benefits through a direct real-time framework. All these are really transformational with no parallels elsewhere in the world. So all these examples, they go to show that we have the potential to really encourage our entrepreneurs to think even more innovatively. When government departments can come together in a whole of government approach to create this kind of magical, I would say, ecosystems built around digital technologies, then why our entrepreneurs cannot really think and do at this scale? And that's where I think the key to future growth of the entire startup ecosystem lies. And I would like to really convey my best wishes on this occasion to all the entrepreneurs, to all the startups, to really think big, because the world is there for you. It's not only that, of course, we have the domestic ecosystem and the market, but really the task should be to visualize the efforts at the global level to ensure that the solutions that we design and develop, they address the problems at population scale at the global level, not just for India. And in this entire effort, again, the efforts made by METI to provide the skilling opportunities, provide capacity building are also extremely important. We are running a number of centers of excellence within the METI ecosystem with the support of our METI organizations, and also the support of industry and the state governments, where the goal is to ensure that we provide support to startups, support to entrepreneurs, to really think innovatively, design and develop solutions, and bring them to implementation. There are a number of examples of very successful startups from our METI ecosystem, which have gone on to the wider world. They have graduated from our system, and they have gone to the wider world to raise funding on their own, and they have become very successful. So this really is possible only when we all put our efforts together to ensure that our entrepreneurs, our startups, they can get the right opportunities and the right skilling is provided to them to really ensure that they can think big and they can do things which can really make them global in terms of vision and in terms of their capacities. So let me conclude at this point of, at this stage with my best wish again to everyone, to all the awardees, to all the winners, to all the grantees, for all the very best for the next stages in your journey in the startup world. And may you become the next 100 unicorns of India and perhaps the next 500 unicorns of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your special address. We appreciate it. Now it's time to grace our esteemed dignitaries with the mementos. And foremost, I request Dr. Ajay Garg to kindly present the memento to Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, METI. Thank you. I now request Shri Devesh Tyagi to kindly present the memento to Shri Amit Agrawal, Additional Secretary, METI. I now request Mr. Subodh Sachan to kindly present the memento to Dr. Jaideep Kumar Mishra, Additional Secretary, MeitY. I now request Ms. Sonal Bhatwadekar to kindly present the memento to Shri Abhishek Singh, President and CEO, NEGD, Managing Director and CEO, DIC. Thank you. I now request Mr. Jeet Vijay to kindly present the memento to Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, Joint Secretary, MeitY. Thank you. I now request Shri Anish Somani to kindly present the memento to Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI. Thank you. I now request Mr. Muruganathan and S.R. Patra to kindly present a memento to Mr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, STPI. This is none other than the team effort of the result is the National Startup Conference, and we wish to acknowledge all of them. Thank you. I now request Mr. Mahesh Nair and Abhishek Mishra to kindly present a memento to Dr. A.K. Garg, Senior Director, MeitY. Thank you. I now request Mr. Shubhendu and Sanjay to kindly present a memento to Mr. Subodh Sachan, Director, STPI. Oh, that's a lovely gesture. Thank you, JSR. I now request Mr. Sanjeevan Amit to kindly present a memento to Ms. Sonal Bhatwadekar, Director, STPI, Gandhinagar. Thank you. I now request Mr. Suresh and Yogesh to kindly present a memento to Pavitra Agrawal, Director, STPI. Okay, the honors will be done all by JS, sir. Thank you. I now request sir to kindly present a memento to Jeet Vijay, CEO, MSH. Thank you. Of thanks. Thank you, everyone. And I now request Dr. A.K. Garg, sir, to kindly give away the vote of thanks. Thank you. Thank you, team, for the wonderful work. A big round of applause for the team of MeitY and STPI for the efforts of a successful National Startup Conference. Thank you.
It has been a day of some intense deliberations where some eminent experts and practitioners guided us to take the generation next support to innovative startups forward. We all have agreed today and in the yesterday that India's digitalization and startup story has seen a phenomenal success, and it will need a lot of effort to take this forward. It will take a collaborative effort of the corporate, startups, consumers, global partners, and government to take this story forward, and that's what we have deliberated today. And I think that we have got a lot of insights to take this started. Let me on the onset thank our ministers, Shri Ashwini Vaishnaw, Union Minister for Railways, Communication, Electronics and IT, and Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji, Minister of State for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, Electronics and IT, for providing us the vision and roadmap for this conference. Thank you, sirs, for your leadership and your overall guidance. Let me also thank our esteemed Secretary MeitY, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, and the senior executive in the ministry, many of them are sitting on the dais, including our additional secretary, Shri Rajan Kumar ji, Shri Amit Agrawal ji, Shri Jaideep Mishra ji, for their support and leadership. This conference would not have been success without the leadership and vision of our leaders. Joint Secretary Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, whose relentless efforts, taking every effort for the minutest of details that is possible, I've never seen that happening before, have made this conference what it is today with some very, very successful road examples. Sir, thank you for all your leadership. We all know these 7 days would not have been possible without NEGD and its CEO, Shri Abhishek Singh ji. NEGD team and their Abhishek ji, thank you very much for all your support and all your efforts. We have only been doing the incremental efforts. The foundation for this conference has been laid by you. Thank you. Let me extend my thanks to our Director General STPI, Shri Arvind Kumar ji, and his whole team. The team of Arvind Kumar ji and STPI, including Sabodh, Devesh, Pavit, Amresh, and all of them have been the rock pillars behind the success of this conference. Thank you very much for all your support. I'll also extend my deep gratitude to my mighty startup hub, its CEO Shri Jeet Vijay, and its entire team, including Anish and all the wonderful ladies sitting at the back, for all their support in taking this conference to its logical conclusion. Big thanks to all the experts, speakers, participants, incubators, their CEOs, the startup community. Without you, this conference would not have been a success. This conference would not have been even possible without your participation. Thank you all. Let me also thank the media for their support for the whole day in taking the stories, not to the 1,000 around people sitting here, but to the whole community as such for the benefit. Thank you all. We all forget the relentless effort put in by our esteemed MC. Ma'am, you have kept us alive. You have kept us awakened. You have kept us awake even with the sumptuous lunch provided by our event manager and the Leela team. And let us also thank them for their efforts in making this conference. It is a whole lot of effort to thank everyone after such a wonderful day. I might have missed many of them, including my colleague Nalen and the entire mighty team which has been behind this effort. If I missed out some names, I'm sorry for that, and my apologies for the same. Thank you once more for making this fun. 3 cheers for the conference.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm, thankful note. And just the spellings are a little here and there. It's mighty and matey, but they are really mighty in all the sense. 3 cheers for the mighty team and the STPI team.
And let me thank Dr. Ajay Garg for thanking everybody and also contributing to the conference and every small thing that he saw in minute details and ensured that this is a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll now request Dr. Amresh.
2-3 more colleagues with us who have done really very hard work. We'd like to honor them also.
Yes, sir. Dr. Amreshwar Rai, the Additional Director. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Navneet. Thank you. Mr. Vikas, right? Mr. Vikas, thank you. Thank you, and one more time, a big thank you to all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. It was indeed a pleasure to have you all over here. I request everyone to kindly step on the forward front for the group photograph. Sir, Bhuvnesh, sir.
Now request MCC, please come on stage.
Thank you, thank you.
Please, Mr. Dhwani Dalal, anchor of the day, please come on stage. Now I'll request all mighty members, mighty senior officers, STPI officers, team MSH, everybody to come on stage, and let's have the photograph which will ensure that we have moments to cherish going forward. So requesting everyone, all of our colleagues, esteemed colleagues, all of us to come on stage very quickly. All of us to come on stage.
Everybody from MSS team also. Anish, Onkar, Abhanshu, Nancy, Taina, everybody please. Itinder.
Please go. Everybody from Team MSH, mighty senior officials, STPI officers, everybody come on screen please. Come on stage please.